street, Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you're gonna be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even do fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face. We can talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You good? Go ahead, I got my brother over here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying, because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanna know. So this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. He say PMF ain't on his
No problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John B. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias with rigor and with scholarship. We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Sean Penn, a place to be. Yeah, I know I look a little tannish. I've been in the sun all day yesterday. Anyway, that's none of your business. Like the show, share the show. Like the show, share the show. So Scam Galloway at it again. He is supposedly releasing 3 books. One of the 3 books is going to be about the Mississippi. And he's going to talk about his so-called quote unquote private research while traveling through these designated places, gaining or obtaining information along the Mississippi, and how damage that has been done to the Mississippi is fairly recent damage that has been done to the Mississippi. So what they got to do with the Nile? From a spiritual standpoint, if I could use that word, from a spiritual standpoint, the Nile was a substance of life for the Ramesh. A substance of life. Along the banks of the Nile, civilization sprouted. Resources sprouted. Things transpired and were deified along the Nile. The stuff that was in the Nile, the crocodiles and alligators and oh my, all of that in the Nile, right? Is the Mississippi the Nile? People were along the banks of the Mississippi. People fished and survived along the banks of the Mississippi. But is it the Nile? That's the research question. Is it the Nile? So, since this whole, and I know the numbers are going to fluctuate because we're going to have people that's going to hop in, pay a quick attention and hop out. Somebody else might be live. You know what I'm saying? They might be in a religious argument and that just might be more entertaining to them. Or Pseudo might be live and he might be saying something that's so terrific to the ears of the ignorant that it's just compelling, right? And it just draws in. So the numbers might fluctuate because there was like 11 more people here just a minute ago. But for those of you who catch the replay and those of you who stay for the duration of this particular build, there is an impactful piece of information that is relevant to where you are today. I don't care if you're in New York, the Mississippi is pertinent. I don't care if you're in California, the Mississippi is pertinent. I don't care if you're in Florida, the Mississippi is pertinent. I don't care if you're in Canada, the Mississippi is pertinent. I don't care if you're in Africa. We about to get into this build. So, Kofi is from Mississippi. Kofi is from Mississippi. I've been to Mississippi. I am close to the Mississippi River. All of these things, I have access to the same routes and information. But what the is up with Scam Calloway bringing up this already resolved issue? Geographically, geologically, the Mississippi could never be the Nile. It could never be. Where's the evidence? Let's get into some of his talking points because he ain't showing a goddamn thing. Apparently, this is a prelude to the, like I said a minute ago, a pseudo book. Now, if you know me, then you know that all my sources are in the description of this video. All right. Now that we got y'all attention, I'm gonna go full screen. Now everybody knows that I can only do this in less than 30-second clips, because if I go beyond 30 seconds, Dane is going to strike the channel. If I go beyond 30 seconds, no matter if it is for educational purposes, he is going to attempt to strike the channel. This is one of the reasons why, ladies and gentlemen, they do the things they do. I've been blocked from certain abo groups on social media sites, reported, and y'all seen that he did what he did to Not a Coincidence and claiming to strike his channel. Not a Coincidence channel is still up today, but he threw claims out there having Not a Coincidence jump through loops with YouTube in order to keep things afloat. And one of the reasons for that is because these dudes, these dudes do not want their information challenged. They do not. They want to be able to come out here and claim to make you think, and then when the truth is out there, they have a problem. So it may take us 10 minutes just to get through 5 minutes, because the rest of this video is mumbo jumbo, and then he goes on a spiritual journey in the middle of this, and then he talks about how he's going to get his Christian brothers and Hebrew brothers and all these other different stupid motherfuckers together to be able to coincide and kumbaya and talk about this journey that can come to fruition that we've never even seen anyone demonstrate. But that's neither here nor there.
Original format any longer, but I know at that time that book was about $1,200, and it was called Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. Life on the Mississippi by
All right, so I had to make sure that y'all could hear it first. Now that I noticed that y'all could hear it first, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are interested in Mark Twain's book, it is not $1,200. Mark Twain's book is not $1,200. Guess what? I'm going to give it to you for free. $99. So for those of you who just heard this dude, I'm giving it to you for free. $99. Now we're at 1 minute and 28 seconds into a 52-minute video. We're not watching the whole 52. We're just trying to get through the first 5 minutes. So we really only got about 4 minutes of footage. We got to do it in 30-second increments. Let's go.
It was about $1,200, and it was called Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. Now, I remember mentioning also that this is the way that you could tell the routes that these enslaved whites or enslaved Caucasians took in order to travel to places of the New World. That includes places like Canada, North America, South America, and Central.
Gotta pause it. I almost reached my 30-second threshold. So now y'all can see that he's talking about where the Europeans, when they got to the Americas, where they were traveling from, and the routes that they would actually take. He's leading into that, okay? One of these routes are going to be the Mississippi, right? Because in the United States, as small as it is, when you're comparing continents, when you're comparing this to major continents, it's very small, right? But he geographically, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand square miles. He doesn't understand feet. He doesn't understand any of these things. But listen to what he infuses here in the next 30 seconds.
Central America, okay, by way of the Mississippi River. And also explain to you guys, I remember in one of the videos, I showed you how the Mississippi River, before it was touched and rerouted and bombed, and, you know, I'm going to get into that in a sec, but before any of that, the Mississippi River looked exactly like the Tree of Life. Like,
so he said before the bombing and before the building of dams and all these other things, the Mississippi in its original state looked like the Tree of Life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. Okay? Go look up the meaning behind the Tree of Life. Just go to Google, type in meaning behind Tree of Life. Hit enter. The Tree of Life, so Sledfez in 1905, is a mural from Clement's golden period that symbolizes the unity between heaven, earth, and the underworld. See, y'all don't know where this is going. He is about to take you on a spiritual journey through the Mississippi and infuse this into some other spectacle, which is going to draw not a single conclusion. I'm already telling you the premise of the book. Never seen the table of contents. Don't know what the hell he's getting ready to say. But I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages. He is about to plagiarize the hell out of this, and he's going to remix it. It ain't gonna have a source in it. He gonna say the sources is at the back of the book. He ain't got no in-text citations. He ain't none of that. And guess what? If he does have in-text citation, if he does have quotes with in-text citations in this book, you know who caused him to do that. Let's see if his ego and arrogance prevents him from adjusting in these next 3 so-called books that he supposedly is about to release. We're going to be sitting here waiting on him, dang. So now the Mississippi once looked like the tree of life. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still on Google, do me a favor and go pull up the Nile River. Please look up the Nile River. I don't want to show it on the screen right now. I am going to, but I want you to look up the Nile River. Then I want you to go to images. And then I want you to scroll down your images for a little bit until you can see a piece of the Mediterranean in an image. And then you see Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, Kush. You'll see an image that says that. It'll also have the Red Sea in there. It'll also say the Sinai. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the Nile River, and you look at the what would be toward the Mediterranean basin, okay, you'll start to see these little rivers that flow into the Mediterranean near they got all these names, but going toward the Mediterranean base, there's these it's an influx, what you would call green area, where it's just hyperly green all up in there in that little tip. He is playing games right here. Y'all seen Wujawu show this picture before if you're familiar with the Seshu, where the river flows and then it branches out. Or if you look at an image, a 3D image of the Nile, you'll see this green speck up near the Mediterranean. I'm going to show it to you. Now go back to your tree of life that he just mentioned, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get back to it. So we got about 30 more seconds.
I'm talking about as far as the stretching, not only going up and down, but left and right, like the branches of a tree. If you could just visualize that with streams from the Mississippi River. Now, those particular streams have since been renamed, but they're still tied to the Mississippi River. They're still attached to the Mississippi River. Now here recently, the reason why I had to hurry up and get out on the road to a couple of places, I had to...
Gotta pause. Can't let him catch me beyond 30 seconds. Can't let him catch me beyond 30 seconds. So now, you heard him say that the Mississippi looks like the tree of life, right? And he says he wants you to visualize a tree, right? And all these little streams that flow like branches out in other places, right? He's planting the seed here, ladies and gentlemen. He is planting the seeds here. This video has a tremendous amount of views, right? Just like the church on Sunday, which is today, Sunday, has a huge amount of people that got up this morning and got dressed and took their ass to a happy place for an hour and a half, 2 hours. In our community, it's about 2 hours. In other communities, it might be about an hour. But they took their ass to this happy place for them, right? To wash away their weekly sins. All right. So now he is back to his argument here. Yo, what up, Tri Media? Yo, this guy, man, listen. I ain't even gonna say nothing.
to go to document what they're doing right now, to hide certain things about.
Oh, there's a claim. There's a claim. He said there are people that are going through places. Hold on, listen to him.
Mississippi River. Now, here recently, the reason why I had to get on the road to a couple of places, I had to go to document what they're doing right now, to hide certain things about the Mississippi River and how their people traveled. So I had to take a trip to Tennessee. I had to.
Hey, I ain't seen him in Tennessee. Nah, he wasn't touting his chest out or saying anything. He ain't let nobody know. Talking about he didn't went out and got on the road and he didn't had to take us to Tennessee. Yeah, we looking for you, bro. What's up? Why you ain't tell us you was in Tennessee? We could have went and did the research with you. We would have liked to have partaken in going there with you, brother. All right, hold on.
Take a trip to Mississippi. I had to take a trip to Memphis, Tennessee, to be exact, and I went to Georgia and Louisiana. Now, the reason why is because a few things arise. Now, when I got to Mississippi, my time there was pretty short because what I was trying to get.
Now, he said when he got to Mississippi, his time there was short. And now he finna tell us why his time was short. If y'all can hear me pretty clearly, just let me know. If I'm breaking up, let me know. But I'm trying to get y'all to the point of where he's going. But please let me know so I don't go far and we don't know anything. But like I said, I keep jumping in and saying certain things inside of these moments so that he can't claim something. He can't get away with trying to strike the channel. I'm not giving him the ability to do this.
To was the mini haha. I'm not know if you guys are familiar with this. This may be the first time that you heard of this before, but this is like what the National Park Service has control over is the mini haha Falls Regional Park. There's a park. I believe that's called Fort Snelling.
All right, so we have to go to Fort Snelling in Mississippi to see what he is referring to and obtain information from that. Okay, so he gives us a location, Fort Snelling, but he tries to call it the mini haha. We're going to see what the original name of this area was, and why is it significant to Dane and his quote unquote so-called research, right? We're almost to the end of this. We got about another few more stops in this and then get billed. Right now, the first source, remember, the first source he says is Mark Twain's book, right? And he says this is the only source that we actually get from him verbally in this build is earlier on, a few minutes ago. He says Mark Twain's book costs $1,200. Can't find it nowhere. $1,200. Okay. All right.
I believe that's the name of that area, Fort Snelling. But either way, when we got there, they said it was closed off until September 1st. And I was pissed because we spent a lot of money. But anyway, we got down there, it was closed off. Now,
bro, if you drove or if you flew, and more than likely you drove, because you said you had to go through Tennessee. You in VA. So you drove, right? You just taking a nice little road trip. You know what I'm saying? Let's get on the road, bend some corners, see the countryside. It's cool, whatever. Or if you flew, that's cool too, because you could have flown to Memphis, got a rental car, and then drove on in Mississippi, right? Or you could have just went straight in and flew into Jackson or wherever the case may be. I don't even give a damn how you got there. You ain't spent no whole lot of no goddamn money just to get to Fort Snelling, bro. And as a matter of fact, since you're supposed to be this top-notch researcher, as you quote unquote call yourself, why you didn't look up if you were able to visit Fort Snelling, bro, before you even got there? They tell you the park closed on the website. If you go look on the website, the damn shit tell you when it's closed, when it open, when it closes, what they doing, the whole 9 yards. So why are you sitting here trying to play us like you just super pissed? Now we don't know if we made it to this place. We ain't seen a picture, we ain't seen a video, we ain't seen none of that. And I'm not saying that you ain't got none of that. I ain't saying that you ain't got none of that, because I don't give a fuck if you do. But I do think you stretch the truth and you put your sauce on shit, and then you lie to everybody to make it seem like, oh, you was highly pissed. So now you driving blind, bro. You driving blind. And I'm gonna tell you what driving blind is like. If you would have Googled and they said that Joker was open and you went there and then find out they were closed, oh yeah, highly pissed. The pistivity level is on 10. But if the website is already telling you that they're closed until September, why the fuck is you going there? Did you bother to look at the website? Did you bother to obtain any information? No. So that's your fault. If that did happen to you when you got there and you was upset, it's your fault. Stupid.
Trying to say that they're doing some construction, okay, but they're doing more than construction. They're still trying to reroute the Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now, keep in mind, in the past.
All right, so now he says that they're closed for some work that needed to be done. However, he said that I don't know how if they're closed, how is he getting this information? So let's put 2 and 2 together. He says that they're closed and they won't be open until a certain point of time. And then he says they're closed for a construction reason. Then he says they're closed not for this construction reason that they're leading us to believe, but they're still trying to change the route of the Mississippi. This is what he's saying. Listen very closely. He's telling you, you gotta pick up on it. Hear the signs.
Anyway, we got down there, it was closed off. Now they're trying to say that they're doing some construction, okay, but they're doing more than construction.
They told you that they were doing construction, and now you've come to the conclusion that they're doing more than construction. Even if they're trying to reroute the Mississippi, that's still construction. It's part of a thing, right? This ain't new. The goddamn Nile River got a dam. People are pissed about the dam, but it's still they got a damn dam. So what more? They did construction. Okay, now they doing more. What are they doing, Dane? What is this more that they're doing, Dane?
Because we spent a lot of money. But anyway, we got down there, it was closed off. Now they're trying to say that they're doing some construction, okay, but they're doing more than construction. They're still trying to reroute Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now, keep in mind, in the past, I told you all that the Mississippi River was considered the trade line, literally, where trade's conducted amongst our indigenous ancestors and other people of other parts of the world.
Okay. I'm going to play the claim again. You need to hear the claim. This is the problem with people in the community. They don't know how to identify a claim. They don't know how to actually critique a claim, right? They get into these bigger arguments, never understanding the intricate pieces of how it led up to the point. So I'm doing this very slowly and methodically for 2 reasons. One, I'm gonna be a little sarcastic right here and funny for Cedric, because Cedric says they won't do research, right? So in order to answer research questions, I mean, you got to have a research question to answer to research. So Dane is providing me an opportunity to do the research to address a research question. Okay? Now, I can be even funnier, and I can just go drive to the fucking place and record it and be even funnier. Right? Just going behind the dude. I can do all of that. I can be petty. But I ain't even got to drive to these places no more. Right? All I got to do is substantiate the evidence so I can investigate. I can call a few people. You know, I can talk to the people at the sites. You know, I can obtain a little bit more information. I can purchase some things to be able to substantiate it. I can refer to some experts regarding the geographical design of the Nile and what's going on. I can get the blueprints, right? I could be petty. Few $100. I'm gonna spend a few $100, right? Just to just really show y'all exactly what's going on. But investing in obtaining that information to substantiate and qualify that information is going to lead me on a path to research. Remember when you was in the 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, grade school, ladies and gentlemen, y'all had research projects. Your teachers assigned you one. Hell, every year for Black History, especially if you're in your 30s or 40s, your teacher made you do a research project on Black History Month. And you had to come back to school with the little shit and present it. I don't care if it's level 1. But back. Now, the second thing, that was the first thing I wanted to be sarcastic. The second thing is this guy stretches, man. He stretches. Just listen to him. Stretch it. And then he said, our people. Our people. Did you hear him? He said, our people. Come on.
Okay, but they're doing more than construction. They're still trying to reroute the Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now, keep in mind, in the past, I told you all that the Mississippi River was considered the trade line, literally, where trade was conducted amongst our indigenous ancestors.
The trade line. Come on, Dane. Bring it one more time. You know I ain't gonna let you get off this. I ain't getting no. I ain't letting you off this. No. Where's the evidence? Is it gonna be in your book? Are you gonna show us finally that indigenous people along the Mississippi that were conducting these trades and so forth with the rest of, you said the rest of the world? There was no rest of the world trading along the Mississippi. What trade was transpiring with the rest of the world? Mofos would have had to go to the Gulf to try to get to the Mississippi. And if they tried to go to the Gulf to get to the Mississippi, guess what time period that is? What time period is that? This is a no-brainer here. In order to get to the Mississippi to trade with the rest of the world, the rest of the world would have to have known that there was a trade that was transpired in the Mississippi. What trade was that?
Okay, but they're doing more than construction. They're still trying to reroute the Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now, keep in mind, in the past, I told you all that the Mississippi River was considered a trade line, literally, where trade was conducted amongst our indigenous ancestors and other people of other parts of the world. To put plain and simple terms, Now, since then, when the colonizers realized that that was the particular trade line that we were utilizing to conduct business with other people, they set out to take control over that. So skipping ahead, I'm just jumping ahead. That eventually.
Oh, he said that the colonizers realized that the Mississippi was a place that they conducted business. And once they realized that it was a place where they conducted business, they made it a point of emphasis to cut that. Right in the first few minutes of this video. In the first few minutes of this video, dude has already made 3 claims. Nah, I got the video up. Oh, let me turn it up. I'll turn it up some more. My bad. Hold on, play it again. Hold on, my bad. Hold on. I don't want nobody lost. We got to keep track, though. We got to keep track. You know, I got to keep stopping. So we got to keep track.
They're still trying to reroute the Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now, keep in mind, in the past, I told you all that the Mississippi River was considered the trade line, literally, where trade was conducted amongst our indigenous ancestors and other people of other parts of the world, you know, to put it in plain and simple terms. Now, since then, when the colonizers realized that that was the particular trade line that we're utilizing to conduct business.
All right, so the Mississippi, remember, listen to what he's saying. The Mississippi was used for them to conduct trade, and that was the trade line, right? So what happens? What happens here, Dane?
With other people, they set out to take control over that. So
the Europeans set out to take control of the Mississippi to prevent them from trading with the rest of the world. So now you have to show me this exotic trade transpiring along the Mississippi, right? Leading up to before the colonizer comes. And then when the colonizer get there. So what I'm asking in plain sight is, was there this unique trade that transpired along the Mississippi before the arrival of the colonizer? Who was involved in the trade? What were the commodities being traded? If that's the correct word. What were the items? What was being traded in this area? And then when the colonizer comes and sees this, right? Who was it that seizes the moment? Was it Columbus and the Get Along Gang? Was it Veracruz and the Get Along Gang? I'm just throwing out people. Who was it that intercepts the trade along the Mississippi? And then what was the documents for that? Because there would be some type of documents that would suffice, right? Some journal, some article. We shouldn't have to use Mark Twain when there's already people who are on the scene. So what were they trading, Dane?
Skipping ahead, I'm just jumping ahead. That eventually happened. And still to this very day, I wanted to show you all that in the history of it, how it was prior to it being bombed by dynamite to be redirected before. This is another reason why you saw a lot of mud floods happen. Remember I told you guys about the mud floods?
All right, so he's telling us what he's arguing. So supposedly the Mississippi was a unique trade route for the indigenous people, and this is how they traded with the rest of the world. So when you say that the Mississippi was used as a trading location, right? You got to show me the trade routes that the other indigenous people took to get to the Mississippi, and at what vocal point was this big commercial place. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So if we were talking about the salt trades in West Africa, we're going to come up with designated areas. We're going to come to places like Mali, and I speak Mali specifically, or we might come to Ouagadougou, some of these central key points, or we might come to I'm just going to use those two in particular. All right, so those two places would be capitals, right? Key trading areas, marketplaces, where people convened in the towns where trade would be conducted. There will also be other goods and services that would transpire. See, that would be a map. But that also would give us justification that people were coming to these places very often and conducting business with each other. Not only conducting business, but there will be a sharing of one's culture with one another, clothing, items of importance, and the liking. There would be that, and then there will be a route back. So the indigenous or the natives, right? The people, the first peoples, they would have conducted a route to get to where they needed to commence trade with their neighboring fellows. So we should see these vocal points along the Nile. Outside of that, we're also going to find evidence of civilizations along the Nile. We should have that, right? Everyone should agree. So when we're dealing with the Mississippi, we see the Mississippian culture. We know that there's going to be spots of influence there, but these trade routes to trade with the rest of the world. So who was coming up to the Mississippi that wasn't from that area to trade? What about the islanders? Are you saying that those people that were on the islands, that they were coming to the Mississippi, they were crossing over through the Gulf to trade? What time of year was this transpiring? Was it happening every week? Even during the hurricane seasons? When the Gulf gets almighty and start wrecking shop among shit? Like, what was happening? Inside of that, you claimed that there was bombings, rerouting, and things of that nature. Then you brought up mudslide shit, so let's go.
They were trying to tell you it happened thousands of years ago, but no, it actually happened recently. And the reason why I say recently, it was a couple hundred years ago, but still, I'll be able to get into it because it happened frequently.
So now you're saying that we were bombing and redirecting and changing the flow of the Mississippi frequently, right? What are you ultimately saying here?
Due to what they were doing with the Mississippi River. So besides all of that, I got the Mississippi pissed, but I had to stay the night there. We all had to stay the night there in order for us to go ahead and travel to the other places. Memphis, Tennessee, then Georgia, then Louisiana was the last stop. Now,
okay, so he went to Memphis, Tennessee, doesn't say where in Georgia, and then Louisiana. Doesn't say where in Louisiana. He specifically said that he got the state of Mississippi pissed. Can somebody explain to me why the state of Mississippi would be pissed at Dan Calloway, who they don't know from a crumb in a bag of chips, that these white men would be pissed at this YouTube dude coming to Mississippi and just looking, because we know damn well he wasn't asking no questions. He wasn't going to no state legislature. He wasn't dealing with geologists or geographical. Y'all know what the hell I'm trying to say. Geographers and geologists. He wasn't dealing with neither one of those. He wasn't pressing no issues. He made no news cycle. There's no news article about the dude traveling to Mississippi to stir up some shit. No one heard of it. No one. So what is this?
Louisiana, and the reason why we had to come back. See, I planned, oh man. They got a lot of the stuff blocked off. I'll just tell you that right now. It's pissing me off, but I have a couple of drones. I have like military style drones. And
this dude said they got a couple of, he said all the way to Louisiana, then he stopped and said I had to come back. And I got a couple of these military style drones. Military style drones. Military style drone. Are y'all not listening to this shit? The man said military style drones. What you doing with these militaries? Come on, man. Break us out, bro. Go ahead.
Now, Louisiana, and the reason why we had to come back. See, I planned, oh man. They got a lot of the stuff blocked off. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. It's pissing me off, but I have a couple of drones. I have like military style drones, and you know, I try to take my drone over there, document the stuff that I need, then I hurry up and go speak to project managers and tech consultants, whoever I need to, you know, project developers, you know.
That man said he got military style drones. He used that to get the footage that he needed. Then after he got the footage that he needed, he would go talk to these different people. Put a 1 in the chat if you think they ain't talk to project managers, developers, and the likes at any of these sites that he's claiming that are blocked off and he ain't got access to. Put a 1 in the chat. If you think he's full of shit, you can drop a 2. If you don't know, you could drop a 3. It's a lot of y'all that's watching right now. So I'm pretty sure that y'all can actually, you know, any. Drop 1 and believe that he talked to project managers, developers, and the like. Listen to him. I ain't make this shit up.
I just tell you that right now. It's me off, but I have a couple of drones. I have like military style drones, and you know, I try to take my drone over, document the stuff that I need, then I hurry up and go speak to project managers and tech consultants, whoever I need to, you know, project developers, you know, the companies. I talk to certain people.
All right, look, let me help y'all out again. Put a 1 in the chat if you think you're full of shit. Just do y'all votes all over again. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he is full of shit by saying that he got this footage, not the footage, because you can get the footage, that he spoke to project managers, developers, and the likes. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that he is full of shit. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that he actually did it. He did talk to these people and that he's going to have this evidence. And put a 3 in the chat, right? Put a 3 in the chat if you don't know. So 1 is for full of shit. 2 is for you think that he did it. 3 is for the unknown. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. I don't know. Maybe he did, he did. So we're gonna hit it again for the people in the back.
I need, then I hurry up and go see the project manager. I have a couple of drones. I have like military style drones, and you know, I try to take my drone over there and document stuff that I need, and I hurry up and go speak to project managers and tech consultants, whoever I need to, you know, project.
This nigga said he were consultants.
I try to take my drone over there and document the stuff that I need. Then I hurry up and go speak to project managers and tech consultants, whoever I need to, you know, project developers, you know, the companies. I talk to certain people, gather more.
The companies?
Information is to find out what the route will be, the new route. When I got down to Louisiana, I was trying to speak with officials down there because they're in the process of not only rerouting the Mississippi River, but they're also going to do, and this is in Baton Rouge.
All right, listen.
Rouge, by the way. They're also going to create a brand spanking new Mississippi River bridge.
Hey, is that not a good thing? Can they not build a bridge? If they need a new damn bridge in Louisiana, more specifically Baton Rouge, if have y'all not been? Do the research on Baton Rouge bridges.
Due to this rerouting, that was Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development. Louisiana Department of
That's gonna be on the website. You ain't gotta talk to nobody to get that shit.
Transportation and Development. So my team and I, we're trying to get down there and document all this stuff and what they have been on, so it won't be. So basically, you can see the correlation of what they have done previously in the past.
All right, so now he muddying it up a little bit. So I want to get into a few things real quick. So early on in the video, let me close the video out. So early on in the video, he mentioned Mark Twain. And he talked about how you can't get the book. It's $1,200. Yada, yada, yada. Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. It's free. The book is out of print, ladies and gentlemen. It's free now. So I want to get into a few things real quick. But the basin of the Mississippi is the body of the nation. All the other parts are but members, important in themselves, yet more important in their relations to this, exclusive of the lake basin of the 300,000 square miles in Texas and New Mexico, which in many aspects form a part of. This basin contains 1.25 million square miles. In extent is the second great valley of the world, being exceeded only by the Amazon. The valley of the frozen Obi approaches in the extent. That of the La Plata comes next in space and probably at habitable capacity, having about 8/9 of its area. In comes that of the Yenasi, with about 7/9, the Lena, Amur, Hong Ho, Yang Ses, Kiang. And this lets you know, boys, some goddamn Asiatic shit going on right here. Now fits the gangs, less of half, Indus, 1/3 Euphrates, 1/5 the Rhine, 1/5 it exceeds, and this is talking about all the places. So I want to scroll down a little bit because we're talking to Mississippi. And I want to go directly to a couple key points in Mark Twain's book. in its very early chapters. The Mississippi is well worth reading about. It is not a commonplace river, but on the contrary, is in all ways remarkable. Considering the Missouri, its main branch, it is the longest river in the world, 4,300 miles. It seems safe to say that it is also the crookedest river in the world, since one of the parts of its journeys uses up to 1,300 miles to cover the same ground that crow would fly over in 675. It discharges 3 times as much water as the St. Lawrence, 25 times as much as Rhine, 338 times as much as the Thames. No other river has so vast a drainage basin. It draws its water supply from 28 states and territories, from Delaware on the Atlantic seaboard and from all the country between that and Idaho on the Pacific slope, and spread 45 degrees of longitude. The Mississippi receives and carries to the Gulf water from 54 subordinate rivers that are navigable by steamboats, and from some hundreds that are navigable by flat keels. This area of its drainage basin is as great as it combined as areas of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Austria, Italy, Turkey, and almost this wide region is fertile. The Mississippi Valley proper is exceptionally so. All right. I want to get to my points. It is in this same chapter that Mark Twain says these words. Shout out to Dane for bringing up Mark Twain to do this to him. On page 7, for more than 150 years, there had been white settlements on our Atlantic coast. These people were in intimate communication with who? Indians. In the South, the Spaniards were robbing, slaughtering, enslaving, and converting them. These people were in intimate communication with Indians. In the South, the Spaniards were robbing, slaughtering, enslaving, and converting them. If you want proper context, ladies and gentlemen, they're going back to the 1500s. You see me scroll past it. But we're going to move on. It's there. Higher up, the English were trading beads and blankets to them for consideration, and were throwing in civilization and whiskey, lag nappe. And in the Canada, the French were schooling them in rudimentary way, missionarying among them and drawing whole populations of them at the time of Quebec and later Montreal to buy furs of them. Necessarily, then these various clusters of whites must have heard of the great river, the far west, and indeed they did hear of it vaguely, so vaguely and indefinitely that its course, proportions, and locality were hardly even guessable. The mere mysteriousness of the matter ought to have fired curiosity and compelled exploration, but this did not occur. Apparently, nobody happened to want such a river. Nobody needed it. Nobody was curious about it. So for a century and a half, the Mississippi remained out of market and undisturbed. When De Soto found it, he was not hunting for a river and had no present occasion for one. Consequently, he did not value it or even take any particular notice of it. But at last, La Salle, the Frenchman, conceived the idea of seeking out the river and exploring it. It always happens that when a man seizes upon a neglected and important idea, people inflamed with the same notion crop up all around. It happened so in this instance. Naturally, the question suggests itself, why did these people want the river now when nobody had wanted it in the 5 preceding generations? Apparently, it was because at this late day, they thought they had discovered a way to make it useful, for it had come to be believed that the Mississippi emptied into the Gulf of California and therefore afforded a shortcut from Canada to China. Previously, the supposition had been that it emptied into the Atlantic or Sea of Virginia. You remember when Dane said the Mississippi was this big trade route and people was conducting business and doing all of these things for the 5 generations prior to the buddy discovering it or even mentioning it? They had no knowledge of it, which means there was no interest of it. So how was it big business? Where was this trade? If these people were already trading with the indigenous people and doing business with them away from the Mississippi, how is the Mississippi of vital use for this trade that you said transpired? That was a global one. We're just reading his source. He brought up Mark Twain. Mark Twain is saying none of what he was saying about a trade, about the significance and the importance. He said it was very low key, calm and cool. Wasn't nothing shooken or exotic about the Mississippi. Nobody had an interest. 5 generations of people came through. No one was flattered enough to go. One person saw it, looked over it, and went away from it. Public enemy number 1, you are not going to find a source that says that the people in Baton Rouge are rerouting the Mississippi and building a bridge on the reroute. I will stop you now. Khalil said, we indigenous over here. LaSalle himself sued for certain high privileges, and they were graciously accorded by him by Louis the 15th of inflated memory. 16, I'm sorry. The chief among them was privileged to explore far and wide and build forts and stake out continents, and had the same over the king and pay expenses himself, receiving in return some little advantages of one of the sorts of another. Among them, the monopoly of buffalo hides. He spent several years and about all his money in making imperialist and painful trips between Montreal and a fort, which he built on the Illinois, before he had last succeeded in getting his expedition in such a shape that he could strike for the Mississippi. In meantime, other parties had been before. In 1673, Jolette the merchant and Marquette the priest crossed the country and reached the banks of the Mississippi. They went by the way of the Great Lakes and from Green Bay in canoes by way of Fox River in Wisconsin. Marquette and solemnly contracted on the feast of the Immaculate Conception that if the Virgin would permit him to discover the great river, he would name it Conception in her honor. He kept his word. In that day, all explorers traveled with an outfit of priests. De Soto had 24 with him. LaSalle had several also. The expeditions were often out of meat and scant of clothes. but they always had the furniture and other requisites for the mass. They were always prepared, as one of the quaint chroniclers of the time raised it, to explain hell to the savages. On the 17th of June, 1673, the canoes of the Joliet and Marquette and their 5 subordinates reached the junction of Wisconsin with the Mississippi. Mr. Parkman says, before them a wide and rapid current coursed athwart their way. By the foot of lofty heights, wrapped thick in forest, he continues, turning southward, they paddled down the stream through the solitude, unrelieved by the faintest trace of man. A big catfish collided with Marquette's canoe and startled him, and reasonably enough, for he had been warned by the Indians that he was on a foolhardy journey, and even a fatal one, for the river contained a demon whose roar could be heard at the great distance, and whom would engulf them in the abyss where he dwelt. I have seen a Mississippi catfish that was more than 6 feet long and weighed 250 pounds. And if Marquette's fish was the fellow to that one, he had a fair right to think the river's roaring demon was come. At length, the buffalo began to appear, grazing in herds of the great prairie, which then bordered the river. And Marquette describes the fierce and stupid look of the old bulls as they stared at the intruders through the tangled mane, which nearly blinded them. Pause. So, dang, are y'all the Indians that these Europeans are talking to? Are y'all the Indians? They didn't call, Mark Twain didn't call them the indigenous. He called them Indians. So are y'all the Indians? Top Cats, are y'all the Indians that these people are talking about? They ain't called them black, Negro, dark, copper color, none of that. Mark Twain said Indians. Are y'all the goddamn Indians? We all know the answer to the question is no. They still trying to figure out who they are and what to call themselves. The voyagers moved cautiously, landed at night and made a fire to cook their evening meal. Then extinguished it, embarked again, paddled some way farther, and anchored in stream, keeping a man on the watch till morning. They did this day after day, night after night, and the end of 2 weeks, they had not seen a human being. So, pause. You mean to tell me when they embarked on the Mississippi, coming from the Midwest, the northern area of the Midwest, down Wisconsin, Illinois, on down the Mississippi, they for 2 weeks they paddled, they ain't seen a human being? But the Mississippi is this live spot where the world is trading with them before the colonizer arrives, and we ain't seen a human being in 2 weeks. All they saw was a big catfish, or a fish that they presumably caught catfish. For 2 fucking weeks, not a single human being in sight. Excuse me, children. Those of you who will catch the replay and be like, dang, why ain't cussing? It's just that. I'm keeping it real. 2 weeks travel, not a native in sight. The river was an awful solitude then, and it is now over most of its stretch. But at the close of the fortnight, they one day came upon the footprints of men in the mud of the western bank. A Robinson Crusoe experience which carries an electric shiver with it yet when one stumbles on it in print. They had been warned that the river Indians were ferocious and pitiless as the river demon and destroyed all comers without waiting for provocation. But no matter, Joliet and Marquette struck into the country to hunt up the proprietors of the tracks. They found them by and by and were hospitably received and well treated. If to be received by an Indian chief who has taken off his last rag in order to appear at the level best is to receive hospitably, and if to be treated abundantly the fish, porridge, and other game, including dog, and have these things forked into one's mouth by the ungloved finger of Indians, is to be well treated. The motherfuckers was eating dogs. In the morning, the chief and 600 of the tribesmen escorted the Frenchmen to the river and bade them a friendly farewell. 2 weeks without seeing a human being, they done ran up on some river Indians. The river Indians treated them like it wasn't nothing. Yeah, what up, bro? Come on, get something to eat, man. You've been journeying for quite some time. We appreciate y'all coming over here and showing some love. We're going to feed y'all some of this dog, cat, rat, possum. You know what I'm saying? Some little, drink some of this little Mississippi River water. Get on about your way. Are y'all the Indians? On the rocks above the present city of Alton, they found some rude and fantastic Indian paintings, which they describe. A short distance below, a torrent of yellow mud rushed fiercely across the calm blue current of the Mississippi, boiling and surging and sweeping in its coarse logs, branches, and uprooted trees. This was the mouth of the Missouri, the Savage River, which, descending from its mad career through a vast unknown of barbarism, poured its turbid flow of floods into the bosom of a gentle sister. By and by, they passed the mouth of the Ohio. They passed cane brakes. They fought mosquitoes. They floated along day after day through the deep silence and loneliness of the river, drowsing in the scant shade of makeshift awning and boiling with the heat. They encountered and exchanged civilities with another party of Indians. And at last they reached the mouth of Arkansas, about a month out from their starting point, where a tribe of war-whooping savages swarmed out to meet and murder them. But they appealed to the Virgin for help. So in the place of a fight, there was a feast and plenty of pleasant palaver and fol-de-rol. They had proved to their satisfaction that the Mississippi did not empty into the Gulf of California, into the Atlantic. They believed it emptied into the Gulf of Mexico. They turned back now and carried their great news to Canada. They started in Canada, reached Arkansas, and was like, nah, bro, this shit going into the Gulf. Let's go back. For 2 weeks, they didn't see a single person. And then they would see random motherfuckers on their way down the Nile who they all deemed these motherfuckers to be Indians. There was no live trade. There was no popping network. There weren't no trade routes. There was no debt. These people were distant between one another. The river savages was in Missouri. So these other Indians, they was in Arkansas. They ain't found no natural resources, no booming civilizations, nothing. Just some happy Indians maintaining and protecting their villages and I mean their way of life. And if you popped up on them with the wrong type of tune, they were going to bring you to business. Remember, this was in the 60s. Look. We're still in the 16s, ladies and gentlemen. But belief is not proof. It was reserved for LaSalle to furnish the proof. He was provokingly delayed by one misfortune after another, but at last this expedition underway at the end of the year in 1681. So now it's LaSalle's turn. In the dead of the winter, he and Henry de Tonto, son of Lorenzo Tonti, who invented the tontine, his lieutenant, started down the Illinois with the flowing of 18 Indians brought from New England and 23 Frenchmen. They moved in precision down the surface of the frozen river, on the foot and dragging their canoes, after them on sledges. At the Peoria Lake, struck open water and paddled thence to the Mississippi, turned their prows southward. They plowed through the fields of floating ice, past the mouth of the Missouri, past the mouth of the Ohio by and by, and gliding by the waste of the bordering swamp, landed on the 24th of February at the 3rd Chickasaw Bluffs, where they halted and built Fort Prudhomme. Again, says Mr. Parkman, they embarked, and even at stage of their adventurous progress, the mystery of the vast new world was more and more unveiled. More and more they emptied the realms of spring, the hazy sunlight, the warm and drowsy, the tender foliage, the opening flowers, token the reviving life of nature. Dane Calloway, are you the goddamn Indians? Say it, because we clearly know who these Europeans are denoting as Indian. And you're saying that these people are not y'all and that y'all were there before the Indians. How, Sway? Where the fuck are you along the Mississippi? We're looking for you. You told us to read Mark Twain. Mark Twain ain't found a black person yet, according to these white people. Day by day, they floated down the great bends in the shadow of the dense forest, and in time arrived at the mouth of Arkansas, the same damn place the last people just came from. First, they were greeted by the natives of the locality as Marquette had before been greeted. So now we know, ladies and gentlemen, Marquette got there first, and now LaSalle gets there. He gets greeted by the same people that Marquette had already been greeted by. With the booming of war drum and the flourishing of arms, the Virgin composed the difficulty in Marquette's case. The pipe's piece did the same office for LaSalle. The white man and the red man struck hands. Woo! Dang, you want your people to read this book? Who the fuck is the red man? You know who the red man is. But the moment that you deem these same people as the red men is the moment that you've lost all indigenous claims. They died at their source. So the white man now met the red man. So there ain't no black man. It's the white man and the red man. Ain't no black man. He said these people were the red men. We know who the red men were. The Indians. Get out of this one. The white man and the red man struck hands and entertained each other during 3 days. Then the admiration of the savages, LaSalle set up a cross with the arms of France on it, and what happened? Took possession of the whole country for the king. The cool fashion of the time, while the priest piously consecrated the robbery with him. They went over there, met with these red men for 3 days, cooled them out, made them feel warm and welcome, and then they unleashed their beast on these people and robbed them. What they rob them of? They used the priest to sing hymns. The priest explained the mysteries of the faith by signs for saving the savages, thus compensating them with possible possessions in heaven for the certain ones on earth, which they had just been robbed of. They had it on earth. They got robbed. So LaSalle went down there and took these people's land. And also by signs, LaSalle drew from these simple children of the forest acknowledgments of fealty to Laius the Putrid over the water. Nobody smiled at these colossal ironies. These performances took place on the site of the future town of Napoleon, Arkansas. And there, the first confiscation cross was raised on the banks of the great river. Marquette and Joliet's voyage of the Discovery ended at the same spot, the site of the future town of Napoleon. So we know for a fact that LaSalle and Marquette reached the same spot. The difference is Marquette didn't jack move the land. LaSalle and them did. And they used the priest to help orchestrate the jack move. The missionary, we're going to smile in your face, sell you heaven, and give you hell on your own land. So you remember when Dane says that the Mississippi is the tree of life, is he insinuating that the white man, right, flowed down the Mississippi and united heaven, earth, and hell? I'm confused. That's exactly what happened to these Indians. The white man gave them heaven, hell on earth. Therefore, 3 out of the 4 memorable events connected with the discovery and exploration of the mighty river occurred by accident in one and the same place. It is a most curious distinction when one comes to look at it and think about it. France stole the vast country on that spot. The future Napoleon, and by Napoleon himself, was to give the country back again, make restitution not to the owners, but to their white American hires. The voyage journeyed on, touching here and there past the sites, since becoming historic of Vicksburg and Grand Gulf, and visiting an imposing Indian monarch in the Teche country, whose capital city was a substantial one of the sun-baked bricks mixed with straw, better houses than many exist there now. So Dane Calloway, you motherfuckers are living in sun-baked bricks mixed with straw, better houses? Top Cats, you're living in sun-baked bricks mixed with straw, better houses? Chief Holiday, Aboriginal 1, Autochthonous 1, Aboriginal Power, Certified Sachi, Smoke Signal, Sister Bethy, Phoenix Moon. What the fuck? Y'all living in sun-baked bricks mixed with straw? No, you're not. You can't even construct one. You don't even know how. The chief's house contained an audience room 40 feet square, and there he received Tonti in state, surrounded by 60 old men clothed in white clothes. There was a temple in the town with a mud wall about and ornamented with skulls of enemies sacrificed to the sun. So y'all are sacrificing the Aboriginal community. Y'all are sacrificing skulls? People? Is that what y'all doing? Now let's take it back. They said there were 60 old men clothed in white cloaks. The identity of these men were stated earlier. They were called red men. Even before then, if we go to this same paragraph, they are called Indian monarchs in the Tesh country. The voyages visiting the Natchez Indians, they're not calling them Negro. They're not calling them indigenous. They're not calling them aboriginal. They're calling these motherfuckers Indians. The red men. The voyages visited the Natchez Indians near the site of the present city of the name, where they found a religious and political despotism. A privileged class descended from the sun, a temple of sacred fire. So now y'all descend from the sun. It must have been like getting home again. It was home with an advantage, in fact, for its lacked Louis the 16th. A few more days swept swiftly by, and LaSalle stood in the shadow of his confiscated cross. What happened? At the meeting of the waters from Delaware and from the Iska, and from the mountain ranges close upon the Pacific with the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, his task was finished. His prodigy achieved, Mr. Parkman, in closing the fascinating narrative, thus sums up what he sums up and say, Mark Twain. Tell us what Dane wanted us to know. On that day, the realm of France received the parchment of stupendous accession. The fertile plains of Texas, the vast basin of the Mississippi, from its frozen northern springs to the sultry borders of the Gulf, from the woody ridges of the Alleghanies to the bare peaks of the Rocky Mountains, a region of savannas and forests, sun-cracked deserts and grassy prairies, watered by 1,000 rivers, ranged by 1,000 warlike tribes, passed beneath the scepter of the Sultan of the Basileries, and all by virtue of a feeble human voice inaudible at a half mile. I ain't going no further. This mofo told us to read Mark Twain's book. Mark Twain don't give him no justification, no bribe, he don't give him no, not a Negro in sight. But a red man was. So now you can make the Negro, the black man, right? You quote unquote copper. You gotta go make him the Indian again. We right back dealing with top cats. We forget everybody else. Now we back to top cats. We done heard Dane. Dane professed to be Indian. The other ones don't profess to be Indian. They say that the Indian came and stole their land. Top Cat is professing to always be Indian. So now we back to top cats. So Mark Twain's Mississippi. Forced over the Great River, Native Americans in the Mississippi River Valley, 1851 to 1900. This article right here, I'm not gonna read it to you, but it is basically part of the conversation that we had, and it talks about all the things that have happened along the Mississippi. It even deals with the Indian Removal Acts and so on and so forth. It even talks about the Tunica Indians and all of those things. Which is very prevalent to Memphis, Tennessee, because Tunica is, near is near all of that, and you can deal with it how you want to deal with it. But the Ojibwe, this is significant, right? Because you see these people saying it's the Mississippi name from an Ojibwe or related Algonquin language word meaning great river, right? So now you see why the relevance of these fools want to steal the Algonquin people's language and even try to deal with them there. But this is a good source to kind of substantiate where we were in Mark Twain's book, and it has some other emphasis here that also help you and adding to this for those of you who may be interested in diving deeper. And you can click here, right? And look, it'll tell you forced over the Great River, Native Americans in the Mississippi River, and it'll go there. I know y'all let me do this right here. You can click on this, and it'll talk about the African Americans in the Mississippi River, 1851 to 1900. Now, why is this key? Primary source materials, videos, etc. But why is this key? Because they clearly make a distinction, the Native Americans of the Mississippi, and they clearly say the African Americans of the Mississippi. Ladies and gentlemen, if you read this, it's going to tell you in many ways the African American experience along the lower Mississippi was comparable to that lived by slaves and free blacks throughout the South. Rather, in Georgia, Mississippi plantation life unfolded around a similar framework, with certain aspects held in common. On the other hand, the Mississippi River itself introduced a unique element into the mix, the Great River, clearly symbolizing mobility, and thus, to those who worked and lived on it, freedom called out to blacks as well as whites, if in different ways. Before examining the unique aspects which the river lent to the black experience, it would be appropriate to first briefly discuss those characteristics which African American life in the lower Mississippi shared with the rest of the South. This requires looking at slavery as an institution, as historians' perceptions on it. For most of the 20th century, scholars debated the purpose of slavery. Earlier on in 1918, Ulrich Phillips had argued that slavery had been primarily an instrument of social control. It was a tool to provide guidance to a black people. By the 1950s, long-standing ideas such as Phillips were being questioned by new generations of historians with varying results. Kenneth Stamp propounded that the idea of self-evident yet previously undiscussed for the most part, that slavery had been in effect been a harsh system designed to maximize profits at the expense of blacks. Stanley Elkins took a sociological approach, arguing that the harnesses described by Stamp led to the dependency among blacks. They became childlike and unable to have their own culture, The next generation of scholars in the 60s and 70s responded to Elkins by exploring in depth the ways of the antebellum blacks had indeed developed a unique culture. George Warwick and Blassingame used the words of slaves themselves from WPA slave narratives to illuminate their world. Eugene Genovese examined the world the slaves made and found slavery to be an interchange between masters and slaves. The slave community approach had been followed, and in more recent years, by a more varied approach by historians from examining the way slavery experienced differently by women than by men, to the lookings and the practices of hiring slaves, which was apparently much more prevalent than historians once thought. All these elements can be seen to one degree with another experience of the individual African Americans. Mississippi ex-slave Ed Roby told WPA interviewers about the black women in his youth who defied his master's decree against prayer and preached to her own so eloquently that he relented, taking the lead in her own spiritual life and negotiating a new aspect of her condition. Others took matters into their own hands by fleeing their captivity, potentially dangerous propositions if one were caught. Adams County, Mississippi native Hamp Kennedy told seeing fellow slaves being whipped till their blood ran out upon their capture. What are we talking about, Dane Calloway? Is this the part of the history that you want to denounce and say that you are not a part of? And you and your other fools. Like I said, I give you this source in good faith, ladies and gentlemen. All you seen me do live on this stream was come from the hip of two sources and then give you some primary shit. So while we're sitting here talking about it, we can deal with Mark Twain's Mississippi because he provides us with the primary sources. So when we're sitting here, we're reading the goddamn book, we can go click for click, find out where these spots are, what they're dealing with, and then let it be known, right? What did Ben say at the beginning of the video? Put together a team of expert researchers. I am demonstrating, beating, conversating, and we can get into the real work. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have an access, a tool to help you understand Mark Twain's Mississippi, because we got that work. And you're welcome. Now, Dane, what I want you to do is try to refute it. No, you're not going to do that. You're going to continue to say whatever it is that you want to say. You're going to lie and live your little life behind the scenes. So, let's just be a little nice here. And, let's give this dude right here, right? Let's give this little dude a little hand. Now, I'm not going to try to play a lot, but I'm going to try to play a little. Let me pause, because I know y'all can't hear this shit. Let me reshare, and let me get it to you straight. Oh, trust me, I got plenty more motherfucking resources to go. I ain't, I'm not finna just leave y'all out here like this. I got plenty. It's only 1 minute and 21 seconds.
His treatment of Native Americans is his real blind spot. The character of Injun Joe in Tom Sawyer sort of says it all. Gratuitously violent, snake-like, will disfigure women out of a kind of sadism as well as out of revenge, conniving. Nothing redeeming about him whatsoever. Plays into every stereotype you could possibly imagine about Indians, as especially half-breeds, as dirt. He actually started to write a sequel to Huck Finn called Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn Among the Indians. And he decided he couldn't finish it because the thrust of the plot was going to have these white women raped and murdered by Indians. And he knew he couldn't publish that. But I mean, every stereotype, every negative stereotype, he seemed to buy. And there are glimmerings late in his life that he's starting to shed those. But it was certainly not central to his concern in any shape, manner, or to make amends or even apologize for what he'd said and done about Indians.
And that's Mark Twain on Native Americans. That's Mark Twain on Native Americans. It don't stop, bro. It don't stop. We have all of that here accessible to us. We ain't got to play no games. I don't think y'all realize, like, we really do this type of shit over here. They can make every claim that they want to make, and then we're going to go right behind them, and we're going to bring you the truth. I ain't done. I ain't even got to use this source. I ain't got to use this source. You know what I'm saying? But this pre-colonial North America right here, right? Article right here, right? Everybody found this in worldhistory.org, right? And this is going to give you a little bit of game, but I really don't want to get into this because, Dane told us to go read Mark Twain, and Mark Twain ain't really agreeing with Dane, and he made these people the red men, and he calling them Indian and shit, and Dane say that they're indigenous, but now you got to show me, right, that while you also said that the Mississippi was this supposedly world trading center, and you got to show me evidence of that, but you also got to show me that you, so-called indigenous, are along the Nile, and that you're these people, and he called these people Indians, and you're saying that you're not Indian. So now you got to draw all of it out. He even called him the red man, and you damn sure ain't never called yourself the red man ever. So I want to go to one of your other arguments. Since we dealt with Mark Twain and we made a point of emphasis, but let's deal with Fort Snelling. Now, he brought this up, Fort Snelling. I'm gonna have to bring the video back up. The reason that I'm gonna have to bring the video back up, because I need y'all to hear this. No, you know what? No, I ain't even gotta do all that. Fuck that. I gotta do all that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Fort Snelling is not in the Mississippi. Okay? Fort Snelling is not in the Mississippi. One more time. Fort Snelling is not in Mississippi. Fort Snelling is a former military fortification and national historic landmark in the U.S. state of Minnesota. Fort Snelling is in Minnesota, not the fucking Mississippi. What up, Jehudi? Hold on. So, give me 1 second. I'm going to try to play the audio.
That I gave you all to go over. I remember giving you guys a couple of videos about this topic, but I also gave you a book to look up.
Can y'all hear that?
And I'm not sure if that.
Can y'all hear that? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear that, please. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear that.
Book is available in its original format any longer, but I know at that the book was about $1,200, and it was called Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. Life on the Mississippi by Mark Twain. Now, I remember Canada, North America, South America, and Central America. The Mississippi River, before it was touched and rerouted and bombed, and I'm going to stretching, not only going up and down, but left and right, like the branches of a tree. Mississippi River, they're still attached to the Mississippi River. Now here recently, the reason why I had to hurry up and get out on the road to a couple of places I had to go to document what they're doing right now, to hide certain things about the Mississippi River and how their people travel. So I had to take a trip to Tennessee. I had to take a trip to Mississippi. I had to take a trip to Memphis, Tennessee, to be exact. And we went to Georgia and Louisiana. Now,
he said he took a trip to Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia. He never went to Fort Snelling, Minnesota. So either he is incorrect here in asserting this particular place or spot, or I heard him incorrectly. So I'm going to play a few more minutes, a few more of this, and I'm going to see if he tells us where he went.
Because a few thing arise. Now, when I got to Mississippi, my time there was pretty short because what I was trying to get to was the Minnehaha. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. This may be the first time that you heard of this before, but this is like what the National Park Service has control over is the Minnehaha Falls Regional Park. There's a park. I believe that's called Fort Snelling. I believe that's the name of that area, Fort Snelling. But
now, y'all heard him say Fort Snelling. Now I have Fort Snelling on the screen. Fort Snelling is in Minnesota. It is not in Mississippi. So therefore, we have to figure out, ladies and gentlemen, where all of this is coming from. Okay? We see over here, Fort Snelling, Minnesota. That's the territory. It's in Minnesota. There's no denying that. But he said something that was significant. He said the Minnehaha. So we got to go confirm. So now we have to correct something. Well, we're not really correcting anything, but we got to figure out where his mistake is, right? What I mean by where his mistake is where he is attempting to point us to, but he effed it up. I think that he got the fort that he is referring incorrect. So I don't want to jump down on him over the Fort Snelling situation, right? Just a minor mistake. He could have misspoke. So let's see if we can find a fort in Mississippi. Fort Massachusetts. Built off the Gulf. How many? Let's do this. How many forts are in Mississippi? I mean, I'm just, I'm saying he misspoke. Right? Fort Massachusetts, Fort Rosalie, Fort Adams, Fort Pemberton. Let's look at the list. Because I'm going to go back, or I'm going to look up Minnehaha next. I ain't just going to, leave it down to a fort name. Fort St. Pierre, Fort Wade, Adams, Marapas. We don't know. He said Snelling. We don't know. So now we got to look up Minnehaha. Can't do that shit. The Minnehaha. I know y'all didn't sit there and let me get kicked off and nobody didn't say nothing. All right, I'm back. Yo, I just realized that I had to click back over, yo. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know how I got kicked off. But anyway, so listen, I'm going to play this audio real quick. I'm going to play the audio, and I need y'all to walk with me real quick.
Tied to the Mississippi River. They're still attached to the Mississippi River. Now, here recently, the reason why I had to hurry up and get out on the road to a couple of places I had to go to document what they're doing right now, to hide certain things about the Mississippi River and how their people traveled. So I had to take a trip to Tennessee. I had to take a trip to Mississippi. I had to take a trip to Memphis, Tennessee, to be exact. And we went to Georgia and Louisiana. Now,
all right. So first, Dane states that he went to Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia, right? His research is regarding the Mississippi River, and he is making the claim that they're doing some shit in the lower Mississippi to reroute the Mississippi, okay? He's writing a book about this. So now, here's the intricate piece or problem, and he probably ain't even gonna put the goddamn book out in this video.
The reason why is because a few things arise. Now, when I went to Mississippi, my time there was pretty short because what I was trying to get to was the Minnehaha. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with.
Now, let me stop. So now he says he went to Mississippi to get to the Minnehaha. Okay, let me put it on the screen. The Minnehaha. Okay, listen to him.
This may be the first time that you heard of this before. What the National Park Service has control over is the Minnehaha Falls Regional Park. There's a park.
So I got it up. Minnehaha Falls Regional Park. But listen.
I believe that's called Fort Snelling. I believe that's the name of that area, Fort Snelling. But either way, when we got there, they said it was closed off until September 1st. And I was pissed because we...
So pause. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Minnehaha is located in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Fort Snelling is located in St. Paul, Minnesota. So where did Dane go? Where did he go in Mississippi that was closed off, right? Because he said he went to Mississippi. But the two key places that he named Minnehaha, which is not near Fort Snelling. It's not. This is Fort Snelling. Fort Snelling is in St. Paul, Minnesota. Minnehaha is somewhere else. It's in Minneapolis. How far apart is it? Look, I had to zoom out that far to show. Okay. St. Paul, Minneapolis. Fort Snelling is considered to be in St. Paul. Minneapolis is probably 20 or 30 minutes away, right? According to our map over here on the right-hand side, if you can see that. Yep, you can see that. But ladies and gentlemen, watch this. Let me get away from his historical site. And let me show y'all where the goddamn Mississippi at. Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. Tennessee is the dopest because it's connected to all of these other states. Yeah, you heard me say Tennessee is the dopest. None of y'all have attachments to these other states, but Tennessee does. Because we great like that. We move like that. But anyway, the Mississippi is here. What in the hell is Fort Snelling and Minnehaha is way up here? What the hell they got to do with Mississippi? So he's dead. He's dead on arrival. He said Daniel was smoking weed. I don't know what he was smoking. I ain't putting that on weed.
I had to take a trip to Mississippi. I had to take a trip to Memphis, Tennessee to be exact. And we went to Georgia and Louisiana. Now, the reason why is because a few things arise. Now, when I got to Mississippi, my time there was pretty short because what I was trying to get to was the Minnehaha. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. This may be the first time that you heard of this before, but this is like what the National Parks has control over is the Minnehaha Falls Regional Park. There's a park. I believe that's called Fort Snelling. I believe that's the name of that area, Fort Snelling. But either way, when we got there, they said it was closed off until September 1st. And I was pissed because we spent a lot of money. But anyway, we got down there, it was closed off. Now they're trying to say that they're doing some construction, okay? But they're doing more than construction. They're still trying to reroute the Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now keep in mind, in the past, I told you all that the Mississippi River was considered the trade line, literally, where trade was conducted amongst our indigenous ancestors.
All right, so we don't know where the fuck Dane went. We don't know where Dane went. He named Fort Snelling. He named Minnehaha, and that shit's in Minnesota. And I told somebody in the chat when they said they was still trying to figure out you know, what was going on and rerouting the river. And basically what I did now was I just pulled up forts. Sanchel Fort and Bomber. Just so y'all know, this is Mississippi right here. These little red marks are indicators of forts. Okay. So now I'm trying to figure out what's none of these forts that y'all see are close to the Mississippi. There's only one in Vicksburg that would be remotely what's going on, and it's called South Fort Vicksburg National Park. Okay, so if you look, right, this our key. This our Mississippi River right here, running on down. It's going through. It's Vicksburg. You can't make this shit up. See, this is the Mississippi River right here. So I don't know how he got Fort Snelling out of this, right? But this is the South Fort Vicksburg National Park. Let's see if we can pull up some images of this. Because this would be the only thing that is closest to the Mississippi would be this right here. So, let me do this. All right, so No, you don't give me what I need. And this is a preserve the site of the American Civil War Battle of Vicksburg. I'm trying to help him. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to say that he South Fort, he just messed this up. Is what I'm literally trying to say that he effed up right here. He's trying to, they're doing construction right here, but this wouldn't interrupt the Mississippi. You know what I mean? It's not even a place that's going to have a time. It's not a fort there. It's a monument. So let's look at Vicksburg's National Park, right? There's no fort here. It's a park. So if they're doing construction on this national park, it's not going to impede him from doing anything. The Mississippi is still right there, untouched. Maybe we got to wait till he drops a video. Maybe we got to wait to read his book. I don't know, but he just messed this all up. He just sent us on a wild goose chase. He never said that he went to Minnesota. He said he went to Mississippi, Tennessee, Louisiana, and Georgia. He didn't even care about Alabama. That's what he said. So bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know about this guy. I don't know about this guy. All right. So I did leave some other sources in here about the Mississippi to add to the build, even getting into the etymology of the Mississippi for those who like to have those arguments. And we know where the name comes from. Originally, the name of the river from the French rendering of the Algonquin name, meaning big river, right? The Ojibwe, big Zibi River, right? We're familiar with that. But to add to the curiosity of the Mississippi and its origins, read Mark Twain's story. We read Mark Twain's story, but I just leave y'all with more to build on that because I felt like it was an emphasis. So get into more scientific approach, a more scientific approach. The Australian birth of the ancestral Mississippi River system, evidence from the UPB Detrian geochronology of the McNary Sandstone, Illinois, USA. I don't know if y'all want to read this or not, but it is accessible. It's the sediment dispersal patterns of integral to understanding the Cretaceous paleogeography and tectonics. So it gets into more of a technical side of things. This is what I'm saying. Like when you're talking about river flows and things of this nature, you got to get into these technical terms, and you know, and it advances that. But for shits and giggles, this 11-page article, and I'm gonna come back to page 2. But this 11-page article is intricate because it talks about the 6 rivers, 5 glaciers, and outburst flood, the considerable legacy of the Illinois River. If anyone knows anything about the Illinois River, you know that it is significant in the last glacier maximum. And this is proof positive of how we know that people weren't here before the arrival of the first people. And if you don't know, you're about to know. For somewhat more than a century, it has been commonly understanding in the scientific community that the Earth has experienced climate change several times in the recent geologic past, sufficient to allow the development of the widespread continental glaciers. So discussion of the history of the Illinois River Valley requires understanding of those of the Ice Age events. The Ice Age quaternary spans roughly the last 2 million years of the Earth's history. Although it is likely that not all the time is represented by the deposits in Illinois, the last 500,000 years or so appear to be well represented. Quaternary time was characterized by large swings in global climate from glacial episodes with widespread continental ice sheets to warm periods. Interglacial similar to today. Pause. Before I even get any further, if any of y'all clip up the part where we have him saying that he visited these places and then me showing you these places, if y'all patch that up, clip it up, clean it up, and put it out, tag me to reshare or send it to me as a download, and we can re-upload that as one piece. Okay, Ava, I'm gonna get into that other one about this intercontinental trade. Yeah, I do that too. But basically in this article, it shows proof positive and evidence of the last glacial maximum. And this adds to the other body of research that has been presented and spoken about regarding, you know, how things transpired and how this glacial period affects the rivers and waterways that would later be known to us in North America. And more importantly, the Mississippi. All right, as you can see it on the screen right here. That last glacier is significant to the Mississippi and even the Gulf and the Pacific, because the water, you know, when it began to recede and stuff, the oceanic floor rose 400 feet higher than it was back then, as we see it today. So Dane touched on some things talking about human engineering changing the Mississippi River, and it also increased floods. And I think you saw, I think it was Barry in the chat, who was by actually another name, but Barry in the chat had talked about a lot of false rivers. And this one is showing an image of a false river. And that is significant. It says a new study has revealed for the first time in the last 500-year flood history of Mississippi River. It shows a dramatic rise in the size and frequency of extreme floods in the past century, mostly due to projects to straighten, channelize, and bound the river with artificial levees. So, ladies and gentlemen, we begin to see that using technology to kind of straighten out some things and resolve some issues with the Mississippi on today's populations along that Mississippi, that they're doing these things. And you know, Dane is contesting against that, saying that they're trying to modify these things for some other reason that is still unbeknown to us. We listen to them. It says new research led by scientists at HUA, which is the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, also uncovered a clear pattern over the centuries linking flooding on the Mississippi with natural fluctuations of Pacific and Atlantic Ocean water temperatures. So the two oceans are also impacting and affecting the Mississippi. Dane didn't even mention or talk to that. So I really don't want to go too deep into that. Just know that there's other emphasis. This research article was from 2018. It was also published in the Journal of Nature. Okay. But to add to that, we're going to walk through another article, same source, simplified a year later. Archaeologists unearthed history in the Mississippi River Valley. It says in the farmlands of the Mississippi River Valley, earth is continuously cleared and leveled, a result of the region's booming agricultural industry. But beneath the soil lies an important piece of American history. One of a Florida State University anthropology professor is working to piece together. in 2007, a planned farming operation at what's known as the Carson Suit uncovered evidence of a once large Native American village and monumental center located at Yazoo Basin of northwest Mississippi. FSU assistant professor of anthropology, Yair Menuhuasen Mahat, has spent 7 years investigating the site and teasing out the details of Native American life in the 13th century. All right, in a new paper published in North American Archaeologist, Mehat, who worked with the state of Mississippi when the site was first discovered, lays out how large earthen mounds found in old villages like the ones at Carson site played a central role in Native American societies in what is now the southeastern United States. Okay, I'm not going to give y'all all the gist of it because I need you to read it for yourself. And even if you don't read it, I get to use it to argue against the ignorances, so I don't really want to show y'all everything. All right. So in an NPR article that brings us back up. Now, remember, I'm showing y'all this for a reason. All right. Now, the Mississippi River Basin adapts as climate change brings extreme rain and flooding. It's a 5-minute article that can be heard, and it talks about these things. You know, he said that all of this stuff is modern and has been done recently, and these are the things he said that man is causing these floods, and by trying to redo the Mississippi River, and he really explains the intent or the purpose of what, you know, what they're actually doing out there. But anyways, so a lot of these floodings are due to old rainfall records that have increased over time. And he's saying, no, it's not nature, it's man. But then we got an article like this that talks about those floodings, and those floodings happening during those rainy seasons, and this water's got to go somewhere. I want y'all to read that. All right. Also, this Journal of Nature article, integrating climate change-induced flood risk into future population projections. This article was also, my bad. I gotta go back. I'll go back. It ain't gonna let me go back, but I'm gonna go back to it and get it for y'all, because hold on, it went to a promo site, and I wasn't trying to even do that. It just changed the whole website, bro. I'm gonna come back, pull my source up, and I'll do it again. Hold on, I'm trying to go grab my source. Lights off. It's always easy to kill a pseudo. Can you please copy my source? Thank you. Brother man. Shit. I'm repasting my source, so give me a second. Give me a second. All right, we're back on the screen. But anyway, integrating climate change induced risk in the future population projection. This right here gives you some actual mounting evidence against whatever Dan Calloway would attempt to try to argue. And for that very reason, I bring you this evidence, and just basically from the abstract. Flood exposure has been linked to shifts in population size and composition. Traditionally, these changes have been observed at a local level, providing insight to local dynamics, but not general trends at a coarse resolution that does not capture localized shifts. Using historic flood data between 2000 and 23 years of data, the contentious United States, we identified a relationship between flood exposure and population change as one of the risk of some of these issues that I have or have been had today. Back to the shits and giggles. As we know, Dane Calloway is the Mississippi River, the Nile River. Article that was released in 2023 by Raymond Strasser Says, when comparing the great rivers of the world, it may be seen that the Mississippi and the Nile River have a lot in common. Both rivers have a long history, with their beginnings going back to ancient times, and both are lifeblood of their respective regions. But while they may look similar, the Mississippi River and the Nile River are quite different from each other. So I don't want to hear no more of that. Don't have to read any this is going to make a clear distinction. The most obvious distinction between the two rivers is the size. 6,275 kilometers, which is 3,902 miles. The Nile River is the longest river on Earth and is more than twice as long as the Mississippi River, which is only 1,451 miles in length. In terms of width, the Nile might be more impressive. It has an average width of 2.1 miles, while the Mississippi has an average of a half a mile. The Nile is the oldest river on the planet, with the origins going back to the dawn of civilization. It was essentially the source of water and food for ancient Egyptians, and is still important to the region today. In comparison, the Mississippi formed much later, some 5,000 years ago, and has only been a major waterway since the 19th century. The flow of the two rivers also differ. The Nile is a lot more dependable and consistent, with seasonal rain supplying the amount of water needed to keep the river flowing throughout the year. The Mississippi is fed by more than 10 smaller rivers and can be unpredictable in its flow, sometimes overflowing its banks and causing devastating floods. Overall, it is clear that the Mississippi and the Nile rivers have their own distinct characteristics, and while they may be similar in some ways, they are really worlds apart. Ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to give you a little bit of that, there. Now, getting into a little bit more science, right? Sciencey out. We already know about this article. It has already been provided to you. If you want to read the whole gist of it, you can, but it's the genetic legacy of the Mississippians. These are the people that are living along Mississippi in their region areas. We have their DNA, right? We have the Native American, the 5 Native American haplogroups being represented by these Mississippian peoples. So until they take a DNA test, right, we don't want to hear that they're the Mississippian people. We want to see them A, B, C, D, and X haplogroups in these people that Mark Twain called the red man. And to double down on that, I want to take y'all to something very important. So this was published in 2014. I just like to be an asshole. It's in the Midwest Archaeological Conference abstracts. This was published yep. Here you go. 58th Annual Conference Abstract, 2014 in Hilton Garden Inn in Champaign, Illinois. So, what is this about? This archaeological conference. What is it about? Can anybody in the chat guess why I would even bring this up? See, these boys don't do no work. What y'all think is about? If you measure this with ASCAC, you will see the differences in the symposiums and how far ASCAC has to reach in order to be on a competing scholastic level with, even though there's a lot of scholarship that goes on at ASCAC. But if you've never been to ASCAC, then you don't understand what I'm saying. So shit was all over Instagram yesterday about, is the Nile Mississippi River? What the fuck? Well, then I suggested y'all clip out parts of this video and go argue on Instagram. Well, not even argue on Instagram, but just post clips, TikTok, and Instagram of me playing the audio on Dane and then showing y'all where these places he named ain't what it. I'm looking at the chat and scrolling though, but I'm just trying to tell y'all, man, this symposium is getting to the business of archaeology, Midwest archaeology. So this is exploring the complexity of Midwest urban life through historical archaeology. The 19th century Midwest is often considered a largely rural and agricultural landscape, serviced primarily by small mercantile hamlets. By the late 19th century and 20th centuries, however, some of these communities have become urban ones, and industrialized economies that followed improved shipping networks and the technological developments of the Gilded Age. These communities offered employment opportunities, both recent immigrants and those displaced an increasingly merchandised agrarian economy. New urban environments had profound effect on social interaction and spatial organizations, parallel organizations in material culture, consumer choice, and refusal disposals. An often neglected research topic in the Midwest, recent urban historical archaeology has demonstrated significant potential regarding the plurality and complexity of life in the emerging environment. By the way, let me pause real quick, because since I'm thinking about symposiums and things of that nature, representatives from the Aboriginal or indigenous or copper colored people, whoever y'all are, y'all should be able to go to the ASCAC conference and argue your points in front of a wide variety of brothers and sisters at these conferences and teach at these conferences. If you believe that Black folk are indigenous to the Americas and yada, 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 you should be able to go to the Sheikh Anti-Joke conference, the ASCAC conference, all of these Black centered, African American centered, all these African centered conferences, and argue your points in these symposiums to give us something to hash out and debate and make a reality of it. Present your arguments and evidence at these conferences. I dare you. But y'all ain't gonna do it because you don't have the works. So this is dealing with all this old Midwest archaeology, ladies and gentlemen. And in this, right, these archaeological sites and so forth, we can get out of this some good information. We're gonna put they and them in conflict with their arguments, and you do that with evidence, right? And these sites that you keep seeing me scroll by, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And there were lectures that was given at this conference regarding these subject matters that provide high-level information, right, on who these people were, where were these sites, and what did they consist of. So I just wanted to put that on the screen real quick. You know what I'm talking about? Let y'all know what that business like. Let me stop sharing real quick. Let me look in the chat. Hell no, it don't compare to the Mississippi. Mississippi is small. And to only have two sources buried, yes, absolutely. The Abos will not show up to any conference, Thomas. And it's unfortunate because I would love to see them try to argue that shit. So let me go back to Ava's claim earlier. And he told me, hey, what did you tell me to do? Right here, boom. Sean, Google if the Mississippi River was ever used for international trade. Let's look it up. Let me give y'all now. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. He asked for it. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. We got an answer. We got an answer. Oh, shoot. I done clicked on all the wrong things, man. My bad. All right. Found in the 19th century.us, it says, the majestic Mississippi River, a gateway to the 19th century America. Welcome to the 19th century, where we delve into rich historical tapestry of the past. This article explores the mighty Mississippi River in the 19th century, uncovering its significance as a vital waterway for trade, transportation, and cultural development during the transformative era, right? Exploring the historic significance of the Mississippi River in the 19th century. So this is the only thing that we get to answer it. And it says, in the 19th century, the Mississippi River played a crucial role in various aspects of American life: transportation, agriculture, trade, and commerce. The Mississippi River became a commercial hub, with bolstering ports and cities developing along its banks. Goods from all over the country flowed through these cities, stimulating economic growth and creating jobs. 19th century, right? For those of you who don't know when the 19th century was, oh my goodness gracious. Let me do this for the people. When was the 19th century? Because we do have people like Smoke Signal who can't read. So in 1801 until the 1900s is your period of the 19th century, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. So this major source and center for trade only in the Americas is in the 19th century. So it wasn't frequent, or it wasn't anything that actually Dane tried to insinuate it or make it out to be, which is wild. It's wild. Let me see. I don't see no hippos in the Mississippi. When was this? I don't know about that, bro. Oh, he was being. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was. He was being sarcastic. Ava. I just dropped the link to the show in the chat, by the way. So here's my thing real quick, is that I've been on Facebook in the Negro Continent group. If you're on Facebook, look for this group, and I want y'all to see how far behind these people are in this group. It's women and men. Hold on, let me I had to like this picture of my nephew. The name of the group is The Final Battle. America is a Negro Continent. And man, all I can tell you is, if you want to see trash for information, that group's trash. Trash. They don't use nothing but memes, no scholarship, and then they hit you with a book that say some shit that it don't say. Say some shit it don't say. And then they get mad when you post some contradicting stuff to their group. The Mississippi is right down the street from us. We're always worried about it overflowing and busting the levees. Plus, we getting everybody's trash with 2 nuclear plants from upriver. Oh, yeah. Yep, them nuclear plants is crazy, too. Man, that group is retarded. Like, the people in that group, They done reported me, got me in Facebook jail for a week. They don't understand nothing. Everything's denial. They claim they the mound builders. Yeah, how the fuck you the mound builders? You ain't even building on mountain. You ain't even here. Yep, they are that, Kevin. So basically, the group full of anti-intellectual, pathological lies. Facts. Can we make that an acronym? AIPs? AIPLs? Make that an acronym. AIPLs. That's what that AIPLs. Anti-intellectual pathological lies. Facts. India, there you go. We just got a name for them people in the group. They're the AIPLs. Davos ain't out there trying to save the mounds. They have no connection. Facts. Facts. None. I ain't seen them not one time try to come out there and try to save a mound, bro, or argue whatever they wanted to argue against any of this shit. Nah. Yo, hold on. Let me do this. India, I bet you won't. I bet you won't send them the link. Let me see. Let me copy the link. Let me send it. I'm gonna send it to you on Facebook. Oh, Teddy did try to message me. I don't know how long. Hey, how long was I out? Because I don't know if Teddy did or not. But how long was the stream down? Why didn't he check the Fort Snelling website to confirm that it's open? He never went to Fort Snelling. He wasn't even in Minnesota. Fort Snelling ain't even in Mississippi. So he, she said, I'm confused. I don't know why he didn't check, but my only indicator would be that he wasn't in Minnesota and he wasn't even in, so he wasn't even in the vicinity of being in the places that he claimed. He tried to trick us, though. He tried to trick us. I ain't gonna care. He almost got away with it. He almost got away with it. Fort Snelling, and then the Minnehaha. The bro was never there. He was never there. That's why it was closed. It was closed because he wasn't there. He said he wasn't in the United States. He was in Canada. I don't even think he was in Canada. That's a fact. These abos only persist in debating black people with their pseudo-aboriginal identity, but persist in avoiding debate. Nah, they're not gonna debate. They don't even debate. Like, they only debate on YouTube, bro. They're not debating y'all. They're not debating us. They're not debating the white man in real settings. Dang, Zane said I was out for a good 3 minutes. Hold up. Ava said 10 minutes. Bro, listen, I was cooking. I was talking the whole time the stream was down, bro. I ain't even gonna count. I don't even know how it happened. Check and find out which national forest that closed until September. It's not it's a national park. September. All of these parks is open. I'm finna pull the source up and show y'all. You finna make me sing Papa Was a Rolling Stone. In the middle of September. Boom. So Vicksburg is open. Natchez is open. This doesn't have a, these don't have a say closed. So let's see what this is. Oh, opens tomorrow. This don't say nothing. This don't say nothing. This don't say nothing. Let's click on them. See, Vicksburg. I'm looking for stuff that's along the Nile, right? I mean, damn, he gets. Yeah, me being pseudo. I'm looking for stuff along the Mississippi, bro. National parks. These places are open. So, forts. Remember, he said forts. Alcorn down there by the Mississippi River. Y'all didn't know that, did you? Look at Jackson. Jackson right over here where all the smoke at. This is crazy. Is it this one? Let's try to find out some information on this. But I'm telling you, I be trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, man, but I know he a known liar. It's the same one. Told you, it's the same one. Bro, man, he just be lying, bro. He just be lying. I ain't never seen this stuff like this before. I've never seen like people like lie like that so much. I haven't. And man, if y'all listen, they were talking that old bullshit on that show, bro. It was crazy. Hold on, let me see. Oh, bro. Everyone wanted to know. Oh, I'm trying to pull the video up. Fucking liar, man.
Of other parts of the world, you know, to put it in plain and simple terms. The reason why I had to hurry up and get out on that were streams from the Mississippi River. Now, those particular streams have since been renamed, but they're still tied to the Mississippi River. They're still attached to the Mississippi River.
Now here recently, the reason why I had to hurry up and get out on the road to a couple of places I had to go to document what they're doing right now, to hide certain things about the Mississippi River and how their people traveled. So I had to take a trip to Tennessee. I had to take a trip to Mississippi. I had to take a trip to Memphis, Tennessee, to be exact. And we went to Georgia and Louisiana. Now, the reason why is because a few things arise. Now, when I got to Mississippi, my time there was pretty short because what I was trying to get to was the Minnehaha. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. This may be the first time that you heard of this before, but this is like what the National Park Service has control over is the Minnehaha Falls Regional Park. There's a park. I believe that's called Fort Snelling. I believe that's the name of that area, Fort Snelling. But either way, when we got there, it was closed off until September 1st. And I was pissed because we spent a lot of money. But anyway, we got down there, it was closed off. Now they're trying to say that they're doing some construction, okay? But they're doing more than construction. They're trying to reroute the Mississippi, lower Mississippi, for a particular reason. Now, keep in mind, in the past, I told you all that the Mississippi River was considered the trade line, literally, where trade was conducted amongst our indigenous ancestors and other people of other parts of the world, you know, to put it in plain and simple terms. Now, and when the colonizers realized that that was the particular trade line that we were utilizing to conduct business with other people, they set out to take control over that. So skipping ahead, I'm just jumping ahead. That eventually happened. And still to this very day, I wanted to show you all how that happened, the history of it, how it was prior to it being bombed by dynamite to be redirected before. This is another reason why you saw a lot of mud floods happen. Remember I told you guys about the mud floods? They were trying to tell you it happened thousands of years ago. But no, it actually happened recently. And the reason why I say recently, it was a couple hundred years ago, but still, I'll be able to get into it. It happened frequently due to what they were doing with the Mississippi River. So besides all of that, I got the Mississippi pissed, but I had to stay the night there. We all had to stay the night there in order for us to go ahead and travel to the other places. Memphis, Tennessee, in Georgia, then Louisiana was the last stop. Now, Louisiana, and the reason why we had to come back, see, I planned, they got a lot of the stuff blocked off. I'm going to just tell you that right now. It's pissing me off, but I have a couple of drones. I have like military style drones, and you know, I try to take my drone over there and document the stuff that I need, and I hurry up and go speak to project managers and tech talk and whoever I need to, you know, project developers, you know, the companies. I talk to certain people to gather more information as to find out what the route will be, the new route. When I got down to Louisiana, I was trying to speak with officials down there because they're in the process of not only rerouting the Mississippi River, but they're also going to do, and this is in Baton Rouge, by the way, they're also going to create a brand spanking new Mississippi River bridge due to this rerouting. And that was the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development. Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development. So my team and I, we were trying to get down there and document all the stuff that they have been doing, so it won't be. So basically, you can see the correlation of what they have done previously in the past, because my wife and I we've done extensive research on that note, and all the way to the point where we're going to show you how lines were buried underground. And I remember I touched on that briefly during the live stream, talking about how the internet was created prior to the 1980s of it being online officially as the internet to be, you know, to be utilized by us. Telecommunications, that was out for a long time, 1800s. And that particular video and
whoa, telecommunications, the internet. No, don't try to change it up. You said the internet been out since the 1800s, yo. The internet. How is that? My auntie worked for AT&T. I remember the first computer. I remember when the internet first launched. Them first laptops was like crazy stupid. I don't even want to tell y'all what they talking about. I don't even want to tell y'all what they talking about, bro. They talking about when the phone came out, bro. He said the internet in the 1800s, they talking about the phones, how the phones was trafficked up all busy because of the way they created the whole switchboard shit. Ain't no internet. They talking about the development of the phone, bro. Like, you cannot make this up. Like, listen. Uh-oh, gotta put this comment on the screen. Gotta put this comment on the screen. Hold on, let me pull this up. But I gotta put this, I gotta do this. I gotta put this comment on the screen. Put a comment up. In DC, during my time in school, most of us were taught by pro-Black teachers who instilled pride in us about our African heritage. That's facts. And not even that, they were so pro-Black in DC that they would, why they call it Chocolate City? What up, Voss? Just ain't getting off work? Tripping, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy, and we know this. Listen, in the 80s and the 90s, all of the if you got a Black teacher, bro, she was teaching you. She was gonna teach you about you. In middle school, grade school, high school, I don't care. Them Black people was not playing with us, bro. Oh, wow. Yeah, I can see that. Yep, I can see that. That's why he don't come outside. That's why he don't come outside of Virginia. Yeah. Facts. Because they all know who they are. Look at this. Look at this dude. We want to shout out. Vasa said he went to school in DC. Vasa, you're at about 55, bro. The hell is you doing in DC? This dude here, comment. Look, watch this, y'all. Hold on, I'm finna give y'all pieces of this. Hold on. Listen to this shit. Y'all hear some funny shit? I hope I hit the right timestamp, because I don't think I'm at the right one, but
the majority of the people that are listening, you know, in right now love theirs too. So yeah, that will be ancestors. And let's say, for example, you move into a particular area, and all of a sudden things.
Listen to this shit.
In a particular area you haven't been, it's not uplifting at all. It's going to feel like you're drowned. Like, man, it's not a good feeling. I can tell you that. It's just not a good feeling. But how you describe it or so.
Listen to this shit.
It's a spiritual thing. I'm just trying to put it together. If I had that written down, I probably would have said that better, but I'm just trying to let you know that, yes.
Listen to this shit.
I feel like they're right in front of you. Me and my wife could attest to a bunch of stuff that happened to us where we said, wow, you know, let's do what we got to do.
Let's get spiritual, Dane.
Majority of this information will be inside of the third newest book to come behind the first two that are coming out. Yeah, you know, and then you'll be able to have that QR code. Once again, you'll be able to scan the QR code and download the videos onto your devices and watch, you know, basically behind the scenes stuff. It's like going to be a preface in the book, but there's also is coming. It's not all the way finished. I wanted to at least give you guys some exclusivity to book as well. So it's not going to be with America's Broken Promise, because that's getting ready to come out. And the one after that is going to be the third one after that. And then I believe around that same time, they have me scheduled to put out my second edition of Tracing Your Family's genealogical records, or history by records. That's going to be in there too. And it was something, so technically it's going to be 4 books. And then we're releasing all of the content for the children. All of that stuff should be right behind that, because I'm going to, once I finish with the 4, then I'm going to have to take a step back, because I'll be working on major movies at that time. So I'm not going to leave you guys out of loop or anything like that. I'm going to let you know the process and show it to you on camera. Hopefully by that time my app is done, because
this is saying he gonna be working on major movies. This motherfucker is saying that he's gonna be in major movies. Who in the right mind will
want to transition the 13% community server over to the app? But and that's going to be integrated automatically. You should get the go. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you can fill those in particular. I feel that sorrow you spoke as of as well. It's all over Savannah and felt it in Arizona too. Yeah, you can fill those particular areas that have been affected spiritually by way of, then cutting down trees and, try to revamp certain area, reconstruct. You can fill it. You can fill it. And I don't see why people want to live there. That's just me. That's just me. I'm not saying you should go. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you what to do. I'm just saying it's a big deal when you can feel that vibe, and it's like they're crying out, like, help us. And man, that stuff, it don't feel good. Yes, it's deep. Yeah. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and it's heavy, sad feeling in downtown Savannah. I had a spiritual event on River. Yeah, that's if you're going down to the river, you're going to feel it. You're going to drop to your knees. I'm not trying to really explain what happened, but, you'll feel it.
He is from Savannah. He is from Savannah, Georgia. You heard him say that. What the fuck do he think he feel out there? Them ain't fucking Native Americans that he's feeling in Savannah, fucking Georgia. Or in Virginia. Damn sure ain't in Virginia or Savannah. But listen to this bullshit. Look where he's trying to lead these people.
It's what they say, an out-of-body experience. You're going to feel it. You're going to feel like they're right in front of you. Me and my wife could attest to a bunch of stuff that happened to us where we just said, wow, let's do what we got to do to help our ancestors, because they're hurt. They're hurt. And our people are not paying attention to that note. And that's something I feel as though there should be paid more to. Our people are skipping that part. And it's not fair. And it's not fair to our ancestors. Their spirit lives with us, lives on. I'm sure people who say that, especially with their loved ones that have passed. The spirit does live on. Just know that they can have feelings too. Okay? But Memphis, Memphis is hurt. Memphis is like, I gotta put Memphis number 1 as the worst feeling area. Even though I love Memphis, but every time we go to Memphis, it's immediate. You hit it, wow, it hits you on the chest, like you feel it right away. And that's probably why a lot of crime is happening in Memphis as well. Everybody's out of sync. It brought tears. Yeah, it's going to do that. It's definitely going to do that. You're going to hear them. I feel them every day. That went back too quick. Bones are in the river, and there's more than bones in the river. More than bones. So you mean our dead family is still here? That the spirits I see in the dark? Yes. Yes. They're still here. I mean, of course, they go on to do other things, but you can call them spirits, especially if they're looking after you.
Ms. Wood says, so now because people are working to fix the crumbling infrastructure by building new bridges, then that's a conspiracy? Yes.
But yeah, it's mainly your family members that are, when they say let your conscience be your guide, well, if there's only one conscious, then why is it called a subconscious? So it's two sides So what? Wait a minute. Two sides to your brain. I understand that, but your conscious and your subconscious. If you're not conscious, you're not here. If you're not subconscious, wait a minute. It's a spiritual thing. I'm just trying to put it together. If I had that written down, I probably would have said that better, but I'm just trying to let you know that, yes, they're here. What about Oklahoma? Oklahoma, depending on where you go. It's not all of Oklahoma. It depends on where you go in Oklahoma. Do they appear in your dreams? Yeah, they will appear in your dreams. Absolutely. They will appear in your dreams. And you will see them. Sometimes you might not. Sometimes they may not speak in your dream. You could just feel them speaking to you. They're not opening up their mouth necessarily. You can feel the vibe. But that does happen a lot. Especially if you're a spiritual person. Regardless if you're religious or not. It doesn't matter. As long as you're a spiritual person. That will happen. What about Arkansas? I haven't stayed in Arkansas long enough to know, but it wasn't a right-of-way thing. Keep in mind, I'm always going through Arkansas to get to Texas. So I didn't stay, per se. I didn't stay. It was all spiritual.
All right, so pause. So the reason that I let it play out like that and needed to play out like that is because to let y'all know that he drove from Virginia to these places. He didn't fly. Okay? So he never went to Minnesota. He never went to Minnesota. Absolutely, Mark Twain's book is not that expensive at all. However, if you want Mark Twain's book, it is in the description of the video. I already have it. All you got to do is copy this. Hold on, let me show y'all something. Come on, man. You can't come to the Master Warrior Clan channel and not know how I rock, bro. Like, real quick. My cousin just sent me a picture of Juju and Shador Sanders. And this picture is probably going crazy on the internet. Shador showed up for the photo. And he's sending Juju the keys. But hold on, let me share my screen. Sorry about this sidebar. You know what I'm saying? My cousin had a big recruiting weekend, and it's the end of their recruiting weekend. And I don't know if he could share it. I probably couldn't even share it. I know him was going crazy. Anyway, y'all can see my screen, right? Let me mute out. All right. So in the description of the video, okay, just click on more. And all the sources. And if you click on this very first link, you can download the Mark Twain book about the Mississippi or any other Mark Twain book, because there's some other books. Just click on that right there. And you're good. Book is yours. Book is yours. But no, I needed to play that out though for a reason, because it's crazy. It's crazy. He started talking about preachers and all kind of other weird shit. Like, no joke. It's crazy out there, bro. I ain't gonna. Yep, Shador posted the picture, and the motherfuckers is going crazy. I just dropped it 36 minutes ago. All right, so that's really all I got, man. I thought some elbows was gonna want to come talk crazy, but I don't think that they do. Yep. Let me see. Oh man, this is crazy. I don't look. I was trying to read some comments from this group, but I can't. I ain't finna put them on here, yo. I ain't gonna put them on there at all. Domino wave, Florida, first person. All right. It only appears in when you confuse this young stuff. Lord, he better not start on Oklahoma. Yeah. If Black Americans are the real indigenous Americans, abos, where are there looted American artifacts that were also archived in museums, especially America, also caused by Europe? Facts. They don't have any of that to argue with, for, or against, or any of that stuff. Yeah, they tripping. Yeah, it is what it is. But that's all I got, y'all, man. I really, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, man, I'm gonna try to get to it. You know what I'm saying? I need to make some dinner or something, bro. I might go up. Yeah, Dane is trash. Notice how they all stayed away and never came onto the chat, bro. Like, wait, they ain't not one person, not one elbow came over here to contest me or argue against anything shown, bro. Like, they know it's gonna be all facts. They run all the time. And my fast was over with the other day. Ling Ling don't want nothing, bro. Listen. Speaking of Ling Ling, right? So I'm muted out that group, and he tried to tells us that he corrected me in coincidence. When everybody in this live, if you haven't seen that video, I'm finna show y'all something. Hold on, let me get rid of my sources. Let me get rid of all this other stuff on my screen. Let me get all these other sources off my screen, bro. Because I got a ton of them. And all of the sources I got, I put in the description. So it's the same stuff. So if anyone want to cross-reference, verify, and argue, don't mind sharing the information. Why would the colonies on the eastern seaboard need the Mississippi when they at the Potomac, Chesapeake Bay, and Atlantic. That's facts. It contradicts his argument as to his claims. So, you know, and he ain't gonna never answer any of that stuff. But that's the reason why at the beginning of the video, I said that, and I think you might be behind, but that it was important for everybody in these designated areas to know, because some of these people are gonna try to believe his lie. A lot of trade happened on those ports on the outside. It wasn't no inside thing. So that's crazy. But let me pull this thing up about Ling Ling. I'm gonna reshare my screen. Take a down. So not a coincidence. What stream was it? Not a C? I think it's this one. Hold on, let me see first before I start playing it, because I don't know if I'm on the right one.
It's way too easy. And her DNA says she was 80-something% African. So
yeah, like we did the little boy the other day. That was crazy. I hope you chopped that one up. You know what?
Yo, not a C. Where is that, bro? I think you sent it to me in a text message. Let me see. Check my message. Another Aboriginal dies at its source. Nah, that was okay. Okay, that was, let me see.
Really, can we hope for a happy medium with them at this point? Is that what we're looking for? Or do they gotta die?
They gotta go. If they anytime they bring up history, they gotta go.
You brought up South Carolina. This talks about the precise slaves that's in that area, and it don't say any specifics about Africa. It just says Negro. So
well, let's get to this. I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit. Everybody stay. Tyrone, you gotta chill the fuck out. Like, you just jumping around, get scalloping, like really just
get scalloping, not a coincidence.
Yeah, because you just jumping.
You
around.
A pseudo-African with a Shinnecock heritage. Shut up, bro. You can't be talking.
So all right, so
no Diddy.
Let's see some of these sources you was talking about. Come on, it's on you. Since you like talking so much, talk with some sources. Go ahead.
Gotcha. You can pull up my source in the back chat. It debunks your entire Pan-African ideology. It debunks your African slaves coming over here like that.
So remember, he said his source debunks everything. He got the magical source in the back.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Here, only 4%.
No, it does not.
No, 4% of Bantus would have gotten bleached the fuck out. So what are you talking about?
Yo, share your link. Let me see it. Share your link.
It's in the back.
In the back chat.
The book is not. The book is not.
So what do you want to you want to see in that book?
Yeah, you can.
Now, give us a specific page, yo.
Oh, you want to know things that you can type into the thing where it says the spyglass, looking for unquestionably the blood of the Southern Negro is Indian. And that's by the Bureau of American Ethnology. That's EDU source from Smithsonian.
But what is it explaining? What's the point?
It's telling you that the Negro is American Indian.
It's telling you that the Negro is
South Carolina. It talks about the precise slaves that's in that area. And it don't say any specifics about Africa, just Negro.
So what
Negro can mean anything
related to and Negro slaves making a distinction.
Negro can mean anything.
Hold on, Tyrone. On this page.
So that's another Negro can mean anything. How they figure? Where are they getting this from? Negro can mean anything. You out here like, even though his voice is very annoying and all that. These abos do take him serious because he tries to seem like he has information and he can say people's names and give some dates. None of them be actually they never coincide with what his point is anyway. Over here, he's just a joke.
It's all making the distinction between Negro and Indian.
Right. Actually, it's not, clown.
It actually is.
It's not. It is.
Jackie Chan, come get your son.
Because I know you ain't read this book. I know you didn't read the book.
Son. Jackie Chan's son, shut the fuck up.
Big ass African. I know you ain't read this damn book.
Jackie Chan's son, be quiet.
Can we shoot on the cop?
Go ahead.
Don't test me, boy.
Come on.
Don't test me.
Speak Mandarin. Speak Mandarin.
I heard you on the panel or somebody.
Hold on.
Don't test me, boy.
Hold on, y'all. He don't even read the bullshit.
So mine's not a coincidence. I gave you a whole bunch of list of sources out of this book.
All right, while I read, I'm gonna put you in the back and you'll be quiet for 2 seconds.
Hey, let him read that shit, yo.
On 297, right? Let's look. It says another element that contributed greatly to the decline of Indian slavery was that furnished by Negro slaves. So the two different like is this guy slow? The rapidly increasing number of Negroes in each individual colony, both the energy of trading companies and the desire of the colonies for the Negro type of slave labor, both indentured white servants and Negro slaves, in fact, far outnumbered the Indian slaves.
Oh man!
So how the fuck is Negro and Indians the same? Like,
what the fuck you talking about? Yo? Hey, put that nigga back on.
Yo, gotcha. So hold on. How are you? Hold on, bro. I know you read the whole thing. I know you ain't read the whole book because I sent you this shit in the Instagram back chat. So don't go there. You didn't even read the book.
No, hold on.
You're already dead. Your source killed you, bro.
Hold on.
Your source killed you.
Now look, Tyrone.
He didn't read the book. He didn't read the book himself. Not listening. He didn't. I can tell his behavior. His behavior is and this don't even give you the whole book. The link that he posted don't even give you the whole book.
All he did was search the word Negro in his book because that's how he searched Negro, and then
right. He gave us what he searched.
Negro and Indian. All he saw was Negro and Indian and said that they're the same thing. He didn't actually read the thing.
Didn't Top Cats tell him quick Googles?
Terrible. His first shot, you killed yourself.
Yo,
so Tyrone. Hold on, Tyrone.
Did you not read the book? No, you didn't.
Tyrone, chill out. This is how it went down. You put a source. You didn't want to give us a page number for what you wanted to address. So I started looking, and all I see is distinctions between Negroes and Indians, meaning Negroes and Indians are not the same. Can you address the two things I just read? Can you address the two things I just read? He's never going to address what the point is. Like Warfare K said, right or wrong, act like there's this thing is wild. He can still hold his belief and still understand what he's reading. He's just trying to bypass all of that. Like, it's not saying what it's saying. And this is the Abo ideology. You have to be able to do this to be an Aboriginal, because there is nothing that agrees with you. There's nothing that agrees with you. We can't pull anything up, find that, nothing. So they have to misinform people. They have to change words. They have to add on the shit. Say things that the sources just don't say, which is crazy. But they all do this. This is Aboriginal YouTube doctrine 101. You have to learn how to do this if you want to be an Abo and go fight in the field.
All right, so in the book, it does not really make a distinction from an Indian and a Negro. If you keep reading the thing, it says that Negroes were Indians from other territories brought to different parts of the Americas.
You just
so what are you
that
talking
about? Wait, hold on. What page? What page does it say that?
If you keep reading the whole thing, it will tell you that Indians, such as the Pawnee, hold on, let me get the Pawnee, the Nan.
Tyron, that sounded like a quote. It sounded like he was quoting the book. What page did you get that from? Are you trying to say,
bro, I don't know it by heart, but it's right.
Hold on. Are you saying that you read the whole book and now you came to?
I read half the thing, dummy. And I gave you pictures of it. I gave you sources within it.
Tyron, what page?
You only gave us one source, bro. You only gave us one source. So don't say you gave us a bunch of sources. You gave us one source, and you didn't even tell us how you can prove your point. And not a coincidence, asked you how to come to your conclusion, and you sit in and you start saying all this dumbass shit.
Whenever they pull out real books, the books never agree with you. Ever. I mean, you can be this stupid, bro.
All right, Callie, did you read the goddamn book?
You can't. I didn't have to read the book. I already read one page, and there was a clear distinction.
Here's what you can do.
There was a clear
distinction.
Here's what you can do. In this book, I'm not going to listen to you at all.
Here's what you can do.
Your book made a distinction between
we can read the whole thing together.
Blacks.
You want to read the whole thing together, Callie?
The book?
Yo, not a coincidence. We ain't even got to listen to him no more. He gave us a source, bro. Let's just read the source.
In Indians.
For him, yo.
We can read the whole thing, bro.
You can't. It is not going to agree with you.
Oh, it will. Actually, it will, because it doesn't say anything about specific Bantu tribes. It speaks about specific Indian tribes.
So
what are you talking about, nigga?
Obviously,
That's the dumbest shit ever. It doesn't say nothing about Bantu. Like, first of all, they don't have to say shit about Bantu. Bantu's not the only African group of people, right? Even inside Bantu, it's a language, right? And there's a bunch of different ethnic groups who speak Bantu languages.
Okay. So, Ms. Woods, in that group, the Negro Continent group, this dude named Jamal. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on one second. I'm only doing this because you brought this up. I didn't bring it up. You brought it up. Because you brought it up, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to rock with it. I'm going to deal with it on the premise. What's my damn password? I think this is right. I can't remember the password for nothing. I know I'm getting some. I'm about to say, shoot, I know the password is something like that. No, what's that shit? Okay, so I'm gonna have to reshare, right? I'm gonna have to reshare this, but let me go to media. I'm gonna scroll past. Let's see. This group is hilarious. But all these images and stuff, you can tell what a lot of the arguments are in the group. And you can tell when they're being corrected in the group. And you can tell if it's got too many words in it, they ain't reading it. And I intentionally make my posts long with words in it because they ain't gonna read it. So I'm not targeting them. I am targeting the people that will read the post. And inside of that post will be information that will refute them. And that's pretty much it. So as you can see, the food that's been posted, you know I'm getting to a post. It's going to talk about food. Because we got the sister comment on the screen. But I got to find a picture so that I can get to the post. And some of these posts is mine refuting the stupidity in this group. But I see a lot of rehashed regurgitation, and folk, you know, they just don't want to be attached to or linked to Africa. So you see the stuff about the argument from pig-headedness, that was me. They kicked me out the group. I got let back in, then they kicked me out again. And I got let back in, so then they start reporting. And then they got me on locked up. And the dude who did it ended up blocking me. So he reported my page, got me 7 days, and then blocked me. Craziness. All right, so this brother right here, he posted this dish. His name is Jamal Henderson. He put oxtails, rice, and gravy with greens, cornbread for Father's Day meal. This is an American Indian dinner. So what do you got to say for yourself, Sister Woods? What you got to say for this? He keep deleting your posts? Dang. So you seen this post though, right? You seen Jamal post, right? Oxtail, rice, cornbread, greens. And called it a traditional American Indian dinner. I don't even know if Kevin Troy or Oklahoma Thomas is in the building. Oh, okay. Yo, this dude is crazy. Caribbean meets the South. You can't separate yourself from the motherland. Even horchata originated in Africa. Oops. This girl right here, Drea, she said, yes, it is. Boy, they slow. But it is what it is. I ain't showing y'all all 44 comments. I ain't not showing y'all this. I'm gonna stop saying that real quick. Sister-in-law, Black Panther sister-in-law be in Nashville. They're gonna be cooking. So we're gonna get some traditional West African dishes at this spot. And yeah. I gotta make sure I represent. All right, let me get. I don't want that to show up. I'm cool on that. Back over here. Oh yeah. Dang. I should have known that the way you was talking. So you know, food no well don't even estimate is what they eat. I already know. We done had them on the show. Eric Christopher. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Kevin Troy and Thomas, Oklahoma, they people ain't eat no motherfucking oxtails. Look at that. No, it's not originally, but I go out my way to go to Burroughs Soul Food in Santa Ana, Cali. Their dishes is totally different, bro. Totally different. Yeah, Ling Ling is in the group. Ling Ling in the group. You seen Ling Ling in that group. Now when you see Tyrone Louing, that's Ling Ling. Tyrone is he's in that group for sure. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. You're right. We're on the same page. But Ling Ling he's in the group tagging me, talking about how he corrected me and not a coincidence, showing our pictures shit. And he ain't showed our pictures.
Just a slow app.
I mean, he showed our pictures, but he wasn't right about what he was saying in there.
Well, like our friend in the chat line, Lino 1017, right? They have to deny what they're reading. That's why you could watch an Abo channel for 10 hours and they won't show you a source. They won't. They'll just be up there talking.
Did you graduate African tribes in the, or did you flunk?
Type in the specific African tribes in there. We ain't for
you never passed school, did you?
We ain't there for that, yo. We there for you to say that the Negroes are the Indians, and it's right to say the Indians and the Negroes two different slaves, yo.
Exactly.
So how can it go from that to reading the whole book? He said, "Oh, the Negroes are the Indians." How can they say that?
I know, but they made clear distinction right on the page that he actually had pulled that he put up for us. And it started, all those pages make clear distinctions, talking about whites, Negroes, and Indians. Not saying that they are different groups of people. Not saying that Indians and Negroes are the same thing. I refuse to believe, because when I'm learning about a lot of these abos, most of y'all not, you guys are just liars. Yeah. You guys are liars. They're not stupid. They're just liars.
No, I think they're stupid. I think they really.
I don't think they're stupid. I just think they're just liars, bro. Because they keep lying. They lie all the time. I've seen too many lies.
What y'all think they stupid or they just lying? I really want to know that. What y'all think? Stupid or lying? Let me know.
Liar.
You're a liar.
Page 107.
You're a
retard.
liar.
Go to page
You're a liar.
107.
You're a liar.
Go to 107, clown.
And can you read it for us, homie? Can you read 107 for us? Since you got it?
Yep. It's it.
Go ahead.
No, he got the same thing we got. He ain't got the book. He Googled this.
I don't see you read it.
Okay, show us the physical copy of the book, Ringling.
Well, I got the book online, nigga.
No, okay.
Okay, so Adrian Mid said both. Stupid and lying. Port City said both. Turtle Gang, he said stupid liars. I feel the same way.
Okay, show us
Yes,
that
I
you
do.
purchased the
So,
book online.
I have it right here on the page, clown.
Okay, screenshot.
Okay, share your screen.
Hold on, bro. 107, war and carried to St. Augustine the numbers of these slaves.
Share your screen.
Persons varied from one.
Not a coincidence. Are you on page 111?
Yeah, he's right.
Okay, so can you go to 106? Can you go to 106, please?
Right.
Go to 106, and we look at the bottom paragraph of 106. Okay, yeah, the bottom. You got to start at 106 because 107 is a paragraph cut off.
Yeah, you
So
can't do
start
that.
there, Tyron. Let's go.
Go ahead, Tyron. Only.
a small
Start with
portion.
only.
Yeah.
All right, you on 106?
Yes.
All right. So, in the use of Indians as slaves, such as began with the founding of the colony, the need for laborers was great. The source of supply was near at hand, and the colonists, hold on, give me a sec.
Availed
themselves of their opportunity, probably captors of the Stoner War. You say Stonos are Africans, though they're not. Stoner War became the Indian slave.
Yeah, read that.
So I can't call him out in the group because my page is in Facebook jail because of the group. Remember, they put me in Facebook jail, so I can't comment and I can't share posts and I can't start no calls. So if I try to share posts, they do that. If I try to comment, they tell me I can't comment. My page blocked. So I can't call him out in the group. But he knows this channel because he tags it on YouTube. And I'm finna show you real quick. Let me get out of this full screen. And I'm gonna show you how full of shit he is. Let me go to, y'all still can see the screen? Let me show you this fraud. He knows this channel. He tags it. I can't, let me see. Let me go back to, hold up. Is it over there? No, it's not. View your channel. Go to community. Well, it's archive. Okay, so let me go to this page. I think that's this page. How to spell it? Yeah, right here. I think it's this page right here. Our community page. So, just so you know, and why he got Kim on here? Cause she be buzzing his ass up. So I'm gonna show y'all. See? Y'all seen this in the group. See? So he knows the channel. He knows it. He's tagged it. So now I'm gonna comment, which I have before. Look, he's avoided it. Here's my comment 3 weeks ago, but he commented under this dude who's just as stupid as he is. See that? And he never addressed this. It's funny as fuck to me that you assume people don't read. I don't have hundreds of books for decoration. Your source made clear distinctions between white Indians and Negroes. Your source also tells you where the Negro comes from and how the role of the Negro began to take over the Indian role. You have reading comprehension problems. The argument is not if Indians were enslaved. The argument was about you trying to make a people something they aren't. Last night was a clear demonstration of how you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and your source, not nobody else's, your source, articulated the point the sources confirmed about the 3 different types of people in the Americas, and one was brought to the Americas, and they were the Negro, not your claim, which you stated trying to say the Negro was taken to Africa. You're a liar, fake, phony, disingenuous, and intentionally stupid geek. You're the person that don't read. You made that clear. You can't even articulate an argument to your biased opinions and emotional rants. Get some bass in your voice. You got put on the Summer Jam screen. Another irrelevant live scam, crook, fraud, fake. You won't get another response or acknowledgement. Your sister is not an expert on the subject matter and doesn't have the academic experience to comprehend what she's reading. That's also wild. Your source never called anyone Negro de Terra. It's written in a different time period than what Jack D. Forbes is describing. And we ain't talking about people in Brazil. See how you try to manipulate the source? Complete stupidity. We have you on record. Dumb, dumb, dumb. And that's what we're watching right now. We're watching the video of the stupid person. Rat. You know what I'm saying? We're watching it. Oh, I gotta stop sharing and reshare. Y'all ain't gonna be able to hear.
With the founding of the colony, the need for laborers was great. The source of supply was near at hand, and the colonists availed themselves of their opportunity.
Read that one more time slow. Get one more time slow.
Yeah. Indian slavery in colonial times, page 106, in the use of Indian slaves. Such use began with the founding of the colony. The need for laborers was great. The source of supply was near at hand, and the colonists availed themselves of their opportunity.
Stop right there. Now, what does that mean to you?
Availed.
No. What is that sentence saying?
They took advantage of the slaves. So what are you talking about? They are probably captives of the Stono War, became Indian slaves mentioned in the inventory of Captain Valentine Byrd.
What does that
mean? They took advantage of Indians during the Stono War.
No.
That's not Africans, nigga. They did not say Africans. It said Africans.
I just told you they were from Angola.
It did not say Africans, fool.
Listen,
Angola, there's no proof for Angolan Africans. No, there's not. There's no evidence of Angolans.
I keep reading, man. Keep reading.
There's no evidence.
Yes, it is. Keep reading.
It isn't. That's revisionist history.
We can come back to it.
Stono War is 2 different things from the Stono Rebellion. This is in the colonial period.
Rich, let's get him to read, and then we can come back. You're not going to be able to get
the Stono rebellion.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Did you know that 2 separate wars?
No, we need you to read, brother. We need you to read.
Stonewall War became the Indian slave mentioned in the inventory of Captain Valentine Byrd, one of the grandees of the time, in a report on conditions in the colony made to the proprietors.
Can you turn your mic down just a little bit where your voice, the squeakiness in your voice echoing?
I don't want to hear nothing out of your mouth.
No, I want you to keep reading, but I want you to kind of get away from the mic. Back up from the microphone.
Could you be quiet, please?
Let him read.
In a report on the conditions in the colony made to the proprietors September 17, 1708, by Governor Nathaniel Johnson and his council, the number of Indian men slaves was given as 500, Indian women slaves as 600, Indian children slaves as 300, a total of 1,400 Indian slaves. The number of Negroes at the same time was stated at 41,000 of indentured servants, 120, and the free whites.
People, wait. Another distinction. Wait.
It's not saying anything about Africans, bro. That's not saying anything about an African.
Hold on, stop. Yo, those indigenous slaves could be anybody, but we just asking you, are the Indian slaves different than indentured slaves? That's all we asking.
It's not just that. You see this line where it still made a distinction between Indians. It made a distinction between Indians and Negroes.
Over me. If we're going back to the census,
we're not going back to the census. We're going with what you just read. What you just read, yo.
Bro, your African identity is fake.
Why you keep bringing African? I ain't saying nothing but African. I ain't saying nothing but African.
Yo, this guy has no social skills. I'm just listening to this shit. This shit is crazy. He obviously has social skills or comprehension skills, right? They go, they get the number. It says a total of 1,400 Indian slaves. The number of Negroes at the same time was stated as 4,100. There's a distinction right there. They got 1,400 Indian slaves, 4,100 Negro slaves. What is he talking about?
Are you going to keep blurting out? We're reading a book.
That's the wrong question, Rich.
Are you fabricating some fake African stuff?
Yeah, but what he just read just made a determination between the Negro and the Indian.
I know
the argument.
What are you talking about, Sean?
Hold on,
y'all. I can't keep doing shit.
Hold on, y'all.
Yo, this is crazy.
Yo, Tyron, you saying that it doesn't say nothing about Africa? What are you saying?
In that time frame, they're not talking about Africans when it comes to the
about Africa.
Goddamn!
We ain't saying nothing about Africa, yo. Why you keep saying Africa?
Please. You don't understand the legal terms.
No. I can't do this. Hold on.
Need to keep him up here for a second.
No. I'll bring him back, bro. But what I'm trying to clearly say is what he just read gave the distinction between the Negro and the Indian. There was 41,000 Negroes. There was 1,400 Indian slaves. What are we discussing right now?
It's over. The source killed them.
I told him the same.
Yeah, we've been saying it. It made a clear distinction. It made a distinction between whites,
saying all this shit,
Indians, and Negroes, right? And we always heard them read. There was a distinction between whites, Indians, and Negroes. The debate is over. He can't break this. It killed him. His source killed him again. He tried another page, and the book still killing him. No matter what page he goes to, they keep making distinctions. So this debate is over.
He can't just yell in his microphone, bro. Like, I'm trying to listen to what he's saying.
It's not talking about Africans. They keep talking about an Indian. Hold on. Hold on.
They told you when they were talking about
For one, are you talking about Indian from mainland America or a person Indian from Caribbean? So what are you talking about? In the looping and generic sense.
Yo, share like the video, y'all. Share like the video, man. Melanated, you ain't missed too much. This guy, you know, everything we read. Let's just put it like this. He's trying to prove Indians and Negroes are the same, and no Africans was brought to America enslaved. If you just look right here, they give the distinction. They say they have 1,400 Indian slaves, 4,100 Negro slaves. So that's what they're talking about right now. And how he just can't seem to understand, you know, people like him, Lotus, Mainos 1017, he was in the chat, all these abos, V Note, they seem to they can't, they can read, they can understand what they're reading, or they're purposely lying about it again. Nah, I had to replay this from yesterday. I just wanted to, because every single abo does this. All these pseudo historians do this same thing. Read something, and then they act like what it doesn't say what they read, and shit is crazy.
In the generic sense, clown, we go to the census. It's not talking about Africans. It's not talking about Africans. Retard. It's talking about an African.
How did you come to that conclusion? How did you come to that conclusion, Tyrone?
Negro.
Tyrone, how did you come to that conclusion?
Hold on, fancy key.
I'm asking you a question.
Ass working with Dr. Maya.
So you can't answer the question.
Pan-African Kemetic ass.
So now you can't answer the question.
Don't let me get started on you.
Hold on, chill. All right, everybody stop. Tyrone, before we leave, since you don't want to read that, could you read this? This is from the
I want to read it. I'm going to read it. This nigga keep blurting out.
Because you're not trying to even stay up there.
I am. Not a coincidence. You keep trying to kick me off. It's let me get finished what I'm talking about. Yes, you are. If we were on the neutral platform, you get body and folded by me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
The only thing that you can do is
now let's go back to 106.
No, hold on.
Let's go back to 106.
Stop.
Bro, you didn't even want to read.
Stop, man. What part of stop you don't get? I'm talking about one of these little kids running around here. Like, God damn.
Go back up there to 106.
I am. Are you going to read it?
Tyrone, relax, bro. You're going to bust a blood vessel, man.
Because look, in this book, in the same book on page 239, we have an account right here. It says October 16th, 1718. Furthermore, it was decreed that no greater duty was to be demanded on any slave brought into the colony directly from Africa by ship Great Britain than was to be demanded from vessels wholly owned by inhabitants of the colony. On June 17th, 1726, on every Indian Negro mulatto slave, male or female, of 4 years of age or upwards, imported by land or water from all places other than Africa, I guess it's 4 whatever shillings, was laid. Hold on.
Damn. So let's not even talk about what you try to
what does it say, yo?
Other than Africa, it ain't Africa,
bro. The first sentence will kill you.
I saw what you tried to do. You tried to put in African in the book, and that didn't help.
Your book said the slaves came from Africa.
African didn't work in your favor.
It said it
didn't work in your favor.
But did it say that?
Listen. Like, yo, there's more.
It says other than Africa, bro.
So what does that mean, yo?
But go back up there to 106, bro, and stop trying to flee. Let's read. Hold on, bro. I got you explain your shit. Now let me talk about mine. Hold on, bro.
Just read.
Don't let him off.
So I'm not running from shit, sassy.
Just read.
Because you can't even use context time period.
No, bro.
Because back then they were using a black.
All you doing is talking,
bro. He does not want to read.
Exactly. He said.
Sassy, you didn't read it.
Start reading. When I bring you back on the stage, Tyrone, all I want to hear is you reading. Because you said you want to read it. So read it. Yo, hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button. Man. Let's go.
So after I read, I'm gonna kill you. So let's go back and read. So September 17th, 1708, by Governor Nathaniel Johnson and his council, the number of Indian men slaves was given as 500 Indian women slaves, as 600 Indian children slaves, as 300, a total of 1,400 Indian slaves. Number of Negroes at the same time was stated as 41,000. Those Negroes could have been Caribbean Indians or mainland Indians from different parts.
No stop.
Yo, why did he add that? Those Negroes could be Caribbean. Why add that? Like, come on, Tyron. That was unnecessary. Just read. Look, these people, they can't read. They have to add. This is Abo Trickology 101. Just add to it.
They didn't say that. That's you. They didn't say that, yo. They didn't say that.
The book did
They
not
didn't
say
say that. They didn't say that.
41,000 Negroes, Tyrone.
And no,
They didn't say no
1,400
Indians.
Indians.
it's not even 41. It's 4,100. It's 4,100.
Right.
He said 41,000. But we see there's only 1,400 Indians and 4,100 Negroes, meaning those aren't the same people.
God damn, Tyrone.
Don't
Just
tell us two things.
Stop adding to the book, Tyron.
About Africans. They're not talking about Africans. Now let me
They
read.
didn't say that. They didn't say that.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. They're conflating use of the term Negro, which Europeans describe you. Yeah, so I want to say your Facebook, but I don't. So anyway, Jack D. Forbes' book, okay? He's trying to use Jack D. Forbes' book where they say Negro de Terra and Negro de Guinea. He said he's going to say that in this conversation and how they conflate it. But you have to remember, the Spanish don't have a designation for these people that they just saw. They're non-white. So he's only using the word Negro de Terra to determine them from the people from Africa, right? Only because they're not like them. They don't look like them. They don't look like them. So they got to call them something other than what they know. And they make the mistake of calling them that. And this leads to all these other issues and problems in these arguments. So that's where the problem lies, yeah.
Tyrone, you gotta be fair, yo. Be fair, bro.
We're not talking about Africans.
to Negroes.
Okay, so let's look at the definition of Negro. Let's look at it. The early definition of Negro was Indian called Negro de Terra.
They are referring to
Sassy, am I allowed to read or yes or no? So, does Negro mean African? No. Does Negro mean African? No. Does Negro mean African? No. So, 41,000 of those indigenous servants, 120 and 3 whites, 39.
Why the fuck this nigga up here can't read? You just corrected this nigga and told him it's not 41,000, it's 4,100. And he's still saying 41,000. No, you dumbass nigga. Look at it. It says we don't know context.
Hey, don't get upset on me.
I'm cool, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, it's just like entertainment, man. It's entertainment. Go ahead.
Yeah, but man, this is the worst of the worst, okay? Because he's using this source, right? This source is supposed to validate, right? Negroes being in America. The cross is what he said. He said that the Negroes was indigenous to here, meaning that they were sent to. But look at the date, bro. We're talking about 13 colonies. We're in the 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the
in the 1600s, we know what they mean by Negro. There ain't no Negroes over here, but one set of Negroes in this world that they brought.
And we need to keep this book for them, yo. Whenever they come in this book.
It's not talking about an African area.
Where those Negroes come from, Tyrone? Where those Negroes come from?
It is not.
Negro terror? Where those Negroes come from,
okay,
yo?
Why were Indians called Negro terror? Why were Brazilian Indians called Black terror? Why were Indians called bucks? Why were Indians called bucks?
Hey, Tyrone.
You ain't just Galapagos.
Hey, Tyrone.
In Brazil.
Well, you see how he's running from his source now? He's trying to bring up other things that's outside the source. We're dealing with source. This is what the abos do, man. These are their only tactics. Make shit up. They'll show you a source, and then when the source doesn't say what they wanted to say, this is when they start running the other thing. He's running Negro to terror. We ain't reading nothing about Negro to terror. We've been reading about French and how that and what was doing with Indians and Negro slaves. We ain't hear nothing about no Spanish and none of that.
And all throughout the Americas.
So Tyrone, where does Negro come from?
We gotta put this thing back in order to answer one of his questions. He just tried to use a whole nother argument to insert it into this book. That book ain't even making that argument. This book made a distinction between three races of people. Multiple times throughout the entirety of the book. You Google Negro, bro. You found the book.
The other said where they came from, and the ship, and they came from Britain, the British people. They said that. From Africa, they said that.
He's not listening to nothing, and he ain't he didn't even read that far into the book, bro.
He read the part. He read that.
Yeah, but he's trying to make an argument. That's why I said we got to go back to 106, because 106 gonna bring us right into 107, and he dead underwater once we get the context of what's being said. If we just would have let the cherry pick his way through it, and then we just would have had to fight it. I'm saying we ain't even got to fight it. Soon as he give up the source, he can get kicked off.
And he just entertainment, homie.
Right, we don't even need him no more.
Right. Nah, bring it back on. It's fun. I got like 10 more minutes. It's fun.
This dude crazy. He killed brains, bro.
Don't let him, yo. That's all.
I can't believe this stupid. Can't comprehend what he's reading. Clearly see he made a distinction between these groups of people. And he still want to sit here and say, no, it could be talking about some people in the Caribbean. No, it didn't. Say that. But Arthur know how to write his book. You can't write his book for him. The fuck?
Hey, yo, Sean.
What did the author say?
Hey, yo, Sean.
What up, Rick?
Did you hear when he said when I was talking colonial, right? Like Africa and South Carolina, the colored people.
Right. Yeah, he's stupid.
I mean, they actually have the basis, man.
You gotta read page 100 of this book, man.
Yo, that's what I'm saying now. See,
we have to read.
I'm driving, but I know this is funny. I'm driving and it's funny, but I can't wait to get home.
I can't wait to get to page 101. So
okay, so we gotta go. So then we gotta go all the way back. Tyrone, you ready for this? Because you're on pedal.
107, I think. 106. Only on page 106.
Whole book.
Yeah, but
I know you did. I know you didn't. Because we gotta go back. Okay, are you gonna keep muting me?
He's still talking. Okay.
We said when we break you back, nigga, we don't want you to do number read.
We didn't even get to the next page that the bunch of talking about. So you talking about, bro?
Hey, this shows some self-control, man. We having a dialogue, bro.
No, you don't even have self-control. You're insulting me. You're muting my mic. You're trying to switch back and go to other pages instead of sticking to this one.
Tyrone,
you read, man.
You're trying to find some African, but you don't even agree with you.
Hey, I ain't see Abo in this book one time. I ain't see Abo mentioned this book one time.
You didn't even read the book. I know you didn't. I know you didn't. So Africanism, no.
Let's not lose it. What page are we reading out, of course?
No.
We're going to 101.
No, now you're gonna fit this, and then we're gonna go to 101.
Nah, it makes no sense. Let's just start from 101 and read up until 110.
Because we're on 106 right now.
We want to read though.
Yeah, so let's just go back and get the full context of what the author's writing about in this area, in this chapter.
And it's his book.
Yo, Tyron, we're going to page 101, bro. You cool? You cool 101?
The whole book, right? You trying to read the whole book right now.
Let's start on 100. Let's start on 100, right?
We're going to 100, Tyron.
We're going to 101. I'm going to read it, though, because Tyron moving too slow. The purpose of the France...
He was in the back. He was in the back.
The purpose of France in making such careful provisions for sending indentured service to the New World was a real effort to increase the population and therefore the trade of America. Moreover, the home government feared the danger that might come to the colony by the increase of the black over the white population. Now, mind you, they said might come to the colony, so black people ain't there yet. By the increase of the black over the white population, the hope is this indentured service system would be a.
So could you stop right there now? Coincidence? Hold on, because black and white was hold on. Not a coincidence. Are you going to keep?
I'm reading. I'm going to read the whole thing. We ain't stopping shit. Wait a minute. But the scheme had little result. The colonists preferred black slaves to white servants. Their term of service was for life instead of a short period. This is Tyron's source. They were easier to control, cheaper to keep, and were words. Yet it has been estimated that from 1711 to 1728, 2,500 redemptionists were brought to the French colonies. Such a number of white servants.
No. Pause. Now that she stopped.
Yeah.
What is a redemptioner? Can you tell us, explain to us what a redemptioner? Because that word came up, so we need context now.
So a redemptioner is somebody who is basically they're loaning themselves out. They don't have contracts when they get to the colonies, but they have to go out and find one. The captain lets them on the boat. They have to go and find the contract. That's how the captain gets paid. And when they get there, they have a certain amount of time to get a contract, and then they end up redeeming that contract. That's why they call it redemption. You also had king passengers. Kings, what? Who said what?
I said they white or black. The redemption.
I mean, no. They could be anything, but most of them are going to be white. But these are poor people that are just in Europe and they're living in the streets. They're fucked up. So
jail. That's the fucking difference.
The jail people are called the king's. What is the king's passengers?
That.
Jail. When you hear
that's the difference between them. And it's another group of people too.
That's another contracts already. Right. Okay, cool.
Like the Europeans, they came up on the boats.
Yeah. So you got the poor ones, which is the redemptioners that basically got kicked out for being poor and really none. Then you have the people who's committing crimes. Those are the king's passengers. You got the redemptioners. What's the other one, Sean? Damn, I can't think of the other one.
Can't think of the name either. I think it might start with a D or something. It might be off. But no, we got it. He said in a debate, but no. Those are, but we know they are.
But the other one, where they come from. But the other one is those are people who already have contracts.
Contracts, yeah.
They leave Europe. They already leave Europe. They have their contracts already.
As an example, we read the story about the girl and her father. Her father sold his daughter. Well, not really sold his daughter, but he struck a deal with a guy and his daughter to the New World. So she came over here on the boat under that contract. And she had 4 years to serve under due to honor the contract. But he paid her and stuff too.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Okay.
So
go ahead, Nazi.
Yeah. So their term of service was for life instead of a short period. They were easier to control, cheaper to keep, and were better workers. Yet it has been estimated that from 1711 to 1728, 2,500 redemptionists were brought to the French colony. Such a number of white servants must, in a measure, have checked the acquisition of Indian slaves. But the need for labor was to be supplied in the colony by the black instead of the white race. Although the home government grew to fear the results of the Negro element, yet at first it favored the importation of blacks to the American colonies, the importation of black to the American colonies. In 1688, Louis XIV issued an edict authorizing the importation of Negroes from Africa into America.
God damn, yo.
Article, it gets better. Article 14 of the letters granted, of the letters patent granted by the king to Crozat, September 30th, 1712, gave the latter permission, if he found advisable, to have the blacks in Louisiana to send a ship every year to the coast of Guinea to obtain them and to sell them to the inhabitants of the colony.
Repeat that again.
Abos don't read. He said he read this whole book, and they're going to tell us that, the book doesn't mention Negroes being African or being brought from Africa. And what do we find? 5 pages before he was trying to show us page 106, 107. So 5, 6 pages or 7 pages on page 100 or 101 in this book. What do we find? That they're talking about Negroes coming from Africa. This shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? They saw us every time. Every single time they doubt their source. You know what I'm saying? Like Lucky said, dagger, it's over. What more can they say? We're reading his source. But this, you could do this for any Abo source. It is simple. This is why you watch them for 10 hours and they won't show a source. Give you memes and screenshots of shits where it's hard to track down.
So anytime Tyron want to step to the plate, have a conversation, and want to go there, we can take there. But the reason he won't show up here is because he know his inability to be able to actually articulate his argument in a real setting that's going to require the evidence. Because he knows that we're going to read it with him. We're going to read it. We're going to walk him all the way through that. And it's unfortunate that we have to do it, but his comprehension is not there. He ain't got the comprehension at all. He ain't got it. It's trash. Trash. This is very unfortunate. Like a whole bunch of. I'm trying to see if I can find where y'all. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay, I got Ted. Okay, I got Ted. Yeah, he don't know smart. He sure is just sitting in the chat, just rambling and rambling and rambling. And rambling and rambling. And he gonna talk about somebody that ain't got no testosterone when he sound like what he sound like. He in the chat going and lean. He said, "Why were you running from your own sources, Squeaky? Tell us about those 41,000 Negroes you mentioned when your source said 4,100. Did you get your sheet pushed back?" Look at him. Look at him. He's still talking. 3 minutes ago, he's still talking. He can't comment or post in the group. I just did 30 because some Abo, yeah. He said, I checked Sassy Pium. I comment. He said he tagged me 3 weeks ago. I commented. I left the comment. I showed a comment. He didn't respond to my comment. So now he look like a compulsive liar. He looks like a compulsive liar. And he don't own his book. He got this shit off Google Books. He can't even, he try to copy and paste. Listen, let me show y'all something. No, I can't show y'all. But anybody that's in the Negro comment group, on one of his screenshots where he got the book up, it's got the Google shit at the bottom of one of the pictures. This Negro literally talking about he purchased the book. No, you didn't. You got this shit off Google Books. I'm looking at the image myself. Right above the one that says chapter 4. 6. Yeah, 4. What page is that? Page 106, I believe. Whatever it is, in one of the comments, the number of Indian slaves. It says that right above that. Oh, my screen was in the way. Right above that is the Google Google link from Google Books. He tried to screenshot all of that out and post that, bro. Come on, man. We know that's. Come on, man. You ain't got the goddamn book. Stop your fucking bullshit, bro. Just going back and forth with public enemy in the chat. Excuse me. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Crazy, man. Look at him. He just doing it. I wish I could see this. Got another comment. Okay, that's all right. Man, we're making it happen. Jamal with a line, yo. Yeah, I'm laughing at him too. Yo, he's a trip. But man, listen, man, I'm finna get out of here. I need to get me some food, bro. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Catch the replay, clip up the streams, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. At this particular point, we don't have a need for this gentleman. He ain't trying to do nothing. I stayed open this long and played that video back for a reason, and he ain't trying to do nothing, yo. I ain't getting out one little notification. The link been shared. He know the channel is up. He subscribed to the channel. I ain't gonna cap. He subscribed to the channel, but he ain't gonna do nothing. He ain't gonna do nothing. He gonna bust a grape. He just keep running and running and running, yo. But basically, from this video that we just showed you, that's the behavior and the mannerisms of Ling Ling and a lot of them abos. Like when you summon them to come have a head up to try to argue out your differences with information, versus, you know what I mean, Twitter fingers and all that old crap. Like they don't want to deal with it because they ain't got no source. They ain't got no source for this stuff they be lying about. Not a single source. And it can be demonstrated. Demonstrated, yo. Hold on one second. Let me see if he show up. Hold on. Let me try something. Nah, he ain't coming. He ain't coming. Yeah, he ain't coming, bro. Don't waste my time. I don't know why he shook, bro. He don't want to really handle it because look, the last video. Like, I'm gonna read his source and we're gonna read it out loud. He ain't got no information. He got his confusion and illusion and confusion. But yeah, man, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday, man. Y'all been with me too long.
What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.